teeth into. So let's go down the preview and then jump into the chat. So we've got Sami Zayn taking on Bron Breakker in a 2 out of 3 falls match. So Sami Zayn against Bron Breakker, that should be a lot of fun. Really much looking forward to that battle. I do think Bron Breakker's going to win, but it should be a really good match. Then we've got Rhea Ripley. She's going to be actually kicking off the show. It's going to be very interesting to see what Rhea Ripley has got to say. Then we've got Damage Control taking on Shayna Baszler and Zoey Stark in a #1 contenders match. So we got that match. Then we got Damian Priest. He's going to be taking on Carlito. And then we've got Alpha Academy taking on American Made. So don't know what's next for the Wyatt Sicks. Things a little bit quiet on that front. But yeah, there's probably a good chance they pop up in the Alpha Academy American Made part of the show. And as I said, you know, I think Sami Zayn against Bron Breakker, it might have underwhelmed a little bit at SummerSlam. But I think they've got a great opportunity with 2 out of 3 falls to really make this a match that's going to deliver. Then we got, as we said, Rhea Ripley. Couple of standard matches. But just loads of stories. Loads of stuff for us to get our teeth into. This should be a really fun show. So yeah, looking forward to getting our teeth into this one. Looking forward to getting into the chat as well with Peyton, who said, I'm interested in what the Wyatt Sicks are doing tonight. We all are, yeah. I'm not sure which way it's going to go, but yeah, very interested in seeing what they've got up their sleeve tonight. Do we continue with American Made? I'm thinking so. Or do we turn our attention to someone new? Brony said Jay and Roman are both extremely over. Pairing them together again and having an OG Bloodline reunion is going to make the fans pop hard. The support they're going to get is going to be insane. I can't wait, says Brony. John, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Kim Strain said American Made sounds a little bit like American Males. It does. Finally, karma for Seth effing Rollins, says Al. Yeah, they've gone with the broken, cracked ribs, haven't they? That's the story. So not expecting Seth this week. Apparently he is genuinely banged up, and so they've gone with the fact that he's got some cracked ribs. They're using that as a bit of an excuse, as a way of getting him off TV. So I'm fine with it because it gets him out the way, to be honest. So, you know, we found a way of getting him involved at SummerSlam, even though he was seemingly banged up, right? I mean, and I think that's the truth. I think that they didn't want to do SummerSlam without him. Obviously, they would. It's not a problem, but they didn't want to. If they could have found a way of using Seth, they wanted to use Seth, so they ended up putting him as guest ref. But the truth is, he was banged up. And so, you know, fast forward 24 hours, 48 hours later, he's being absolutely brutalized by Bronson Reed, and boom, he's off the show. So, yeah, I'm not sure how long he'll be gone for, but certainly he'll be gone for the foreseeable future. Wouldn't expect him to be around until well after Bash in Berlin. Carl and Dawn, shout out to you, said Daze, how's it going? Have a great stream. Thank you, my friends. Yeah, it should be a good one. It's lovely to be back. We didn't do one on Saturday because I did look at the UFC show, and it did look really underwhelming. Like, I looked at the card and I was like, I just really don't think this is one that's going to really grab people's attention. I think it's one for the real die-hard UFC fans. Very excited about this weekend, though. Obviously, we do have a big UFC show, so we'll be back doing that this weekend. But I got to be honest, it was really nice, actually, to kind of catch up with a few things. I was just making loads of clips for the Clips channel, jotting down a few ideas for the Opinions channel, just kind of working on a few bits, really. So it was not time wasted. It was time that was used elsewhere. And honestly, going into this week feels like we're in a good place. Tony K, shout out to you, said, with the negative response to the Street Trash name, it's fair to say that Street Trash is the worst group name in professional wrestling. It makes AEW names seem less horrible. Well, I disagree. I really don't mind it. I think, and the Street Trash conversation, I think, is a really interesting one, because I think a lot of the reaction to Street Trash has come from one aspect, and I don't think people have considered all aspects. So what I mean by that is that if you sit and imagine Street Trash being announced, then you can understand the negative reaction to it, because having Samantha Irvin say, here's Street Trash, like, it just doesn't vibe, does it? It doesn't fit. And I think a lot of people have kind of done that mentally in their heads. And I think as a result of that, they've gone, oh, this is rubbish. Why the hell are we doing this, right? It's a trash name. For me, I didn't look at it that way. I actually looked at it a few different ways, because there are obviously a few different things that a name needs to do. For example, a name needs to look good on merch, right? For me, Street Trash t-shirts are gonna sell really well. I think they're gonna look really cool. So Street Trash on like shirts, I think would sell, and I think they'd look good. And you know, you'd kind of be in on the joke, because turning it's an insult that's being turned around. Right? It's very much like if someone calls someone a hoe, right? And they're like, yeah, I'm a hoe. I don't care. I'm the baddest hoe on this block, right? So it's kind of like they're taking that negative and wearing it as a badge of honor. You know, it's a bit like being called a nerd as a wrestling fan. It's like, call me a nerd. I'll wear it as a badge of honor because wrestling's amazing. And I feel like Street Trash, they've been called that by Damian Priest, and rather than responding negatively to it, they're gonna wear it as, they're gonna make money off it. It's a little bit like, do you remember when who was it now? There was a police shot, you know, one of those when you get arrested, they take your picture. And was it Liv? It might even have been Liv Morgan, but there was that shot when you're in the police station and that picture was everywhere, and someone put it on a shirt and started making money from it. So that's another example of where something is being used against you, and then you flip it around and you actually use it and make money from it yourself, you know? And that's a really good example. Your mugshot, that's what I was looking for. So someone's mugshot was out there. Everyone was like, oh my God, look at this mugshot. This person used it, put it on a t-shirt, made loads of money. So it's a way of turning a negative into a positive. So in my mind, I look at the merch, I'm like, Street Trash merch, that could be pretty cool. I look at the graphics and I go, Street Trash on the Titantron, that could look really cool. I think about the graphics when they're making their way down, like Liv Morgan, Dominic Mysterio, Street Trash written underneath, with the kind of, I don't know, maybe you have some of those like beaten up trash cans. Some of the imagery I think you can use would be really cool. Right, so I look at all that and I'm like, tick, tick, tick. I'm liking it all so far. The only thing that doesn't fit for me is the bit where Samantha Irvin announces it, like, here's Street Trash. I completely agree that doesn't fit, right? So if I'm WWE, Samantha doesn't announce that. She announces Liv Morgan, Dominic Mysterio. I don't announce them as being part of Street Trash. That's a name the group can call themselves. WWE doesn't have to call them that. You know, if it's going to be Finn Balor and JD McDonough, just announce Finn Balor and JD McDonough. The graphic behind can say Street Trash. The graphic can say Finn, JD. It can have Street Trash written underneath. They can wear their Street Trash shirts. But they don't have to be called Street Trash as part of the announcement. So I look at it and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know why. I think people have got so stuck on that announcement that's where people have kind of gone, no, I don't like it. But I didn't have that reaction. I was like, nah, the merch would be good. The graphics would be good. I think like there's some mileage you can do there. And I like the fact that they're using something that was thrown at them and they're turning it around, just like the mugshot thing. So I gotta tell you, man, I think the IWC is wrong with this, but I gotta tell you as well, I love being at odds with the IWC. I love it, because I have no doubt in my mind that if they do go with this and you do see the shirts and you do see the graphics and we don't call them Street Trash, it's just the graphics are there, I've got no doubt that people will start to go, do you know what, I didn't like it at first, but actually it doesn't get in the way. It's not like it's not a big problem. Like, it's not as clunky as I thought it was going to be. So I feel very confident with my position on this one. So I'm honestly, I don't have an issue with it. Don't get me wrong, I'm not madly in love with it, because I think that you could have a name that ticks all of the boxes. This doesn't tick all the boxes. I'll be the first to admit it doesn't tick all of the boxes. But because it doesn't tick the box of Samantha announcing them down to the ring. You know, the Shields, the Bloodline, Judgment Day. She can say those out loud and it sounds cool, it sounds acceptable. But because this is a diss that has been spun, right, by the group themselves, it doesn't really tick that box. You know, street trash, I don't think is going to sound right if Samantha's announcing it. So guess what? Guess what? Here's a revolutionary idea, right? Here's some out of the box thinking. Don't have her do it. Don't have her do it. Whoa. But think of the street trash shirts. Think of the street trash. Think of the street trash graphics. Think of like the presentation that you can do with it. Gotta tell you, man, I think the IWC is wrong on this one, and I'm quite happy with my position. Brian, shout out to you, said Daze. I hadn't thought about it that way. I think I could deal with it if they get announced and they call street trash on commentary. Well, I just hear Michael Cole going, do you know what, these two, they live up to that street trash name that they like to call themselves, because that's exactly what they are. You know, it's kind of, it is a diss. It is a diss, but it's a diss that they are using to make money. It's one of those things that you kind of learn from, like Logan Paul. Here's another example for you, right? Logan Paul, he's very good at doing this. Do you remember when that South Park episode came out? So South Park did an episode all about Prime, and they were running around with these bottles called Cred, right? But it was clearly Prime. It looked exactly the same, but they called it Cred. So South Park, they were running around and they did this whole takedown of Prime. And I remember looking at it, and I remember social media going like, oh my God, they've killed Logan. Oh my God, they've killed him. Because like, you've got Logan going, if you want to be cool, you need cred and all this kind of stuff. And South Park just took him down, man. Do you know what Logan did? He filmed in real life, scene by scene, that exact skit, right? He absolutely copied it, scene by scene. So where in the cartoon they're like, you need cred, right? He then put a video out where he's like, you need Prime. And like in the cartoon, he's jumping out of an aeroplane. In this little clip, they've got him jumping, it's CGI, but they've got him jumping out of an aeroplane. He filmed it scene by scene, did an exact replica, and people were laughing at it. All of a sudden, it was like, oh, he's took it as a joke. All of a sudden, people are like, fair play, that is funny for him to kind of do that. I love the taking of a diss, like putting someone down and spinning it so that all of a sudden you've made something out of it. Like, I always find that very clever. As I said, like the mugshot thing, where someone's got their picture taken and then all of a sudden they put it on a shirt and they're selling it and they're making money out of their own mugshot. Or Logan, where South Park took a shot at him and then he goes filming scene by scene a recreation of South Park, you know? I kind of, look, I'm not going to be able to say anything that's going to change people's minds. And honestly, I don't care. I really don't care. If you don't like it, you don't like it. If you do like it, you do like it. I don't care. My feeling on it is that I can see the potential in it and I can see why they would consider it. I think the IWC is wrong. I think that they're wrong. I think that the memes are pretty funny, but I think they're wrong. And if they go ahead with it, I wouldn't have any concerns. I do think, though, you have to make sure that Samantha's not going, you know, here's street trash. I wouldn't do that. I'd just bring them down as Liv and Dominic and just have the street trash on the graphics, whatever. But yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. I'm not bothered. I'm not bothered. I think, though, that you could make it work. I really do. And I think the merch would be great. I genuinely think the shirts would be really cool. I think street trash shirts, like if they looked cool, I could see them selling very, very, very well. Very well. Dare I say even a little bit Bullet Club sort of thing, you know? Street trash. Do you know, it sounds to me like a designer. Like I could totally see, you know, like Gymshark, you know, or like some of those kind of designer brands. I could see some flipping 19-year-olds getting together, raising some money and releasing a range of clothes called Street Trash, and just having these like really nice shirts with Street Trash written there, and all the kids walking around in like Street Trash. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. I got an issue with it. I think I could see that being a thing. I could see that being a thing. So for me, the name is not a problem. But I do understand the perspective of where people have come from, which is they've heard it. I think they've envisaged Samantha announcing it, and it doesn't ring very well on the ear. Completely agree with that. But I do think there's other facets that should be considered. Why do you refer to people as IWC? Any wrestling fan who discusses wrestling online is IWC. No. IWC to me, that those are more so the people that are kind of benefiting. I mean, I'm seeing there's a lot of accounts on Twitter that make money from putting out tweets. So there's been a bit of a conversation there, actually. So the conversation is like, there's people that take other people's tweets and they don't do anything with it. They just sort of take the information and post it back out again. They don't add anything to it. They just do that. And apparently, like, you can make money off Twitter now. Now, for the records, I don't. I've never made a single cent, not a penny off Twitter, right? So, but apparently there's some way that you can. I don't know how you do it, right? I don't do it. But apparently there is some way you can. So what you have is you have your... and I'm not naming people that have said anything wrong. I'm just giving examples, yeah? But you've got people like, I would say, Hang 'em High. I would say people like Kenny for Your Thoughts. I would say people like Triple H's Thoughts. I would say people like WrestleLamia, Sports Keeda. You know, there are some big accounts. And I'm not just talking like 50, 60. I'm talking hundreds of accounts that all they do all day, every day is either tweet or post videos or stuff like that. That to me is the IWC. Those are people that are just, this is like a business for them. So like they are the ones that are driving the narrative. They're the ones that are putting out the content, and then you've got people that react to the content and give their thoughts on the content. But the people that are like driving the narrative, that to me is the IWC. I think if you are online all the time interacting with all these different accounts, maybe sharing your own thoughts, then, you know, you could be part of the IWC as well. But to be honest, I mean, look, this broke online about Street Trash. So the only people I've seen talking about it are those big accounts. And obviously I put some stuff out and some people in our community have commented on it, right? So I wouldn't really class them as IWC unless you want to be classed as IWC. If you want that as a badge, you can absolutely have it. I don't know that it's a badge people really like having, to be honest. I don't think it's something that people are necessarily proud of. So if there was someone watching going, no, I am part of the IWC, that's fine. You can be, right? I don't make the rules. But to me, when I talk about it, I am thinking more about your Sports Keeders, your WrestleLamias, your Fightfuls, your Sean Ross Sapps, your Hang 'em Highs, your Kenny for Your Thoughts. You know, I mean, I've got a whole list of those big accounts. And we use a lot of those accounts for Unseen, because they just put out so much every day, all day, every day. They're just constantly churning out stuff. To me, that's not just a person. That's not just a person that goes to work, comes back and jumps online. That's someone that is just... it must be their business. Either that or they get no work done, right? So those are the people that I've seen talking about it. Those are the people that I'm referring to. If you feel like you want to be a part of that, part of the IWC, that's absolutely fine. As I said, I don't make the rules. But when I refer to it, that's what I was referring to. But I really don't think IWC is a badge of honor. And don't forget as well, if you're not online, you probably have not even heard this news because, you know, it broke online earlier today, a few hours ago. I don't know that it's got into many conversations yet and actually reached people that have been at school, been at college, been at work, you know. You've kind of got to be part of that IWC. You've got to be active in like those forums and interacting with those accounts to even be aware of this information, because it only broke a few hours ago. So that's hopefully a bit of clarity on that. Connor said, I see Bron Breakker winning tonight against Sami. How long do we think that Bron will be Intercontinental Champion for? I think he's going to hold it for quite a while, to be honest. I think it's something that he is being built up for. I think like they see world titles in his future. The streets were saying that next year, Netflix, they've got big plans for Bron Breakker. And I'm honestly looking forward to seeing what they do. I've said before, we're very fortunate to live at the same time as AEW, because I sort of feel like we can watch AEW do good stuff, do bad stuff, have success, have failure, and I think we get to sit and we get to watch as they try lots of stuff, you know. I mean, right now they're struggling a little bit, right? They're not where they were. So where do they go from here? Do they just stay the same? Do they find something that takes them back up? If they do, what was it? Because we can learn from that. Do they like start declining even more? Is there no way of turning this ship around now? Is that it? Are they now in a death spiral? I mean, I don't think so. I think there is going to be a way of turning it around. And who knows, maybe Wembley could be the big relaunch, you know? I don't know. But what I do know is I feel very fortunate that I can sit and watch and learn and get a lot of information for free, right? There's a billionaire spending a lot of money and I get a load of information for free as a result. And, you know, so do you, so do WWE. Why are we talking about this? I'll tell you, because I feel the same way about Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker is meant to be a big star, right? Everything I've heard and read is that they see him being a massive future star. I'm not going to say John Cena level, but certainly world champion, multiple time world champion, certainly someone that they want to be around the top of the cards by the time we get to Netflix next year. So it was no surprise that he's become Intercontinental Champion. And if you think about how quickly he's achieved that, I think it shows the trajectory that he's on, right? So with all of that being said, I think that we're very fortunate to be able to watch someone make their debut and go on to win the IC title and then go on to become world champion, and we literally get to watch that from the beginning to the moment he gets to that world title in like however long that's going to take, you know. We were very fortunate to watch it with Gunther, because Gunther's only been on the main roster a couple of years, and we've kind of seen how they've gone about it with Gunther. Well, I get the feeling we're now going to be able to watch how they go about it with Bron, and I think Bron is going to be even quicker because he's not going to have that lengthy IC title reign that Gunther did. I think he carries it till the end of the year, drops it maybe WrestleMania, but really at some point next year, I'm thinking he's going to be world champion. So from the moment he comes in to the moment that he's going to be champ for the first time, we're going to be looking at around, don't know, honestly, ballpark 16 months, something like that. What a journey that we get to watch from start to finish. So not WWE champion, you know, the one that Gunther's got. I could see him having that. I don't think Gunther holds this title like as long as he has the other, and that's a bold prediction, but I just think there's too many people that need it. I look at Sami, I look at Jay, I look at CM Punk, I look at Drew, I look at Seth. You know, Damian would like to get his hands back on it. Finn would like to get his hands on it. Kevin Owens, I'm sure, would like to get his hands on it. Yes, some of them are on SmackDown, but realistically, are they going to get that belt from Cody? Or is it going to be The Rock that gets that belt from Cody? Or is it going to be Randy that gets that belt from Cody? Like, I don't see Cody dropping that title this side of WrestleMania. I think someone's going to beat him around that time. Is it Rock? Is it Randy? Is it Roman? Is it Solo? I don't think it'd be either of those. Rock, Randy would be my guesses. But it's very hard for all them other names that we've mentioned for them to, you know, get an opportunity. That means surely we can't afford for Gunther to just have the World Heavyweight Championship on lockdown. Surely we can't afford for that belt to just be, like, you know, tied up for a long, long time. So I don't think he's going to have this belt for, I mean, I'm sure it could still be a long time, might be for the rest of the year, but I don't think he's going to have this thing as long as he had the NXT UK Championship or the Intercontinental Championship. So, yeah, good question. I think that Bron's got a bright, bright future, and I feel very fortunate to be able to watch it unfold. Matty Boom, shout out to you, my friend. Said, Daze, thanks for the great Wyatt content. Thank you. I tried to DM you on X because I think I've made the best Uncle Howdy custom. Okay, well, I'll tell you now, messaging me on X, not really worth it, to be honest. I am so snowed under over there that, to be honest, I've just sort of got into a bad habit now of not even checking it, right? Which honestly is bad, but my priority is notifications, because obviously people are tagging me and stuff for things like Unseen. So Twitter notifications are my number one stop. Then if I get time, I try to look at emails. Then if I get time, I try to look at YouTube comments to see what people are saying about the videos and the thoughts from the videos. And honestly, like, DMs for X fall below that, and I don't even get that far sometimes. Facebook, don't even bother. Instagram, don't even bother. Just being honest, right? Just being honest, because there's just too much in this day and age. There's just way too much. How it's impossible. How the hell are you meant to keep up with all of your Twitter notifications, Twitter messages, Instagram DMs, Facebook comments, Facebook DMs, emails, YouTube comments? It's not possible. But I don't think people expect it to be possible, to be honest. I think people probably know that that's just not possible, but yeah, that's why I just don't get a chance to get to stuff anymore. So, did you say that you did actually send it? Because I'm in my DMs now and I can't see your name, to be honest, Matty. Unless it was a little while ago, but honestly, that is going to be a problem. I would say if you do have it, then maybe just if you've got a tweet, like, tag me in it or something. That's probably a better way, because I really do try to keep up with my notifications. So, yeah, I want to see them. So definitely ping them over, tag me in them. Or resend them again, and I'll try and keep an eye on my DMs. So, Matty, I hope that has explained it to you and others, my friends. Carl and Dawn, shout out to you, said, I saw someone saying that there will be 3 factions of Bloodline. What is your thoughts? Well, I've not seen that. I think that's too much, to be honest. I kind of feel like we're maybe watering things down a bit there. I mean, I'm guessing, would it be Jacob that would lead one? I mean, he's the only person I could really think outside of maybe Jay. But Jacob leading one on his own, I think, would make sense. But that's not something I'm looking for. I think, like, this is where it's all getting a little bit jumping of the shark. Maybe we're starting to kind of lose the thread a little bit. I mean, I think Bloodline is great. I'm totally on board with it. Totally on board. But start putting in like a third Bloodline, and it's like you're doing like a bit of a 3-way in the same family. And I've said before, I think that the real success of the Bloodline was us knowing all of the characters and knowing how they interacted with each other. I think that we had so many great segments out of that. You know, the trial of Sami, the honorary use. I mean, when Sami got made honorary use, you knew what that meant to him, because we knew about him and how he wanted to be accepted, and his relationship with Jimmy, his relationship with Jay, blah, 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 blah. We knew all of that. I don't know anything about Tonga Loa, other than he's a botch machine. I don't know anything about Tama Tonga, right? I don't know anything about them. I know that they've come from New Japan and they were Gorillas Destiny. I know that. I mean now, in this group, right? I don't know anything about them. I don't know what they're trying to achieve. I don't know what they like, what they dislike, what annoys them. I'm guessing it's everything that annoys them, but I think a big part of the success of the Bloodline was knowing some of that stuff, and we just don't know it. This is why when people are like, oh, should we bring in Zilla? Should we bring in Hikuleo? Should we bring in, I don't know, Jimmy Bob, Fatu, whoever else, all the other Fatu? Should we bring them all in? I'm like, no, not really. I'm not interested. To me, we're just bringing in a load of boomers that I don't know or care about. I don't care about him. Bring in Zilla. I don't know nothing about him. I don't care. Honestly, if you can keep bringing these people in, but unless you're going to actually introduce them properly and give them character depth and like really like do some segments where we get some backstage stuff, I'm just not interested. I'm not interested in keep bringing in these people. So for me, the thought of a whole nother group coming in just sort of makes me go, oh my God, that's just going to be a load more people that we're not going to know anything about. And it's just going to be really just, I don't know. It seems to me like it'll just be diminishing returns. There's a right way of going about this and there's a wrong way of going about this. And I really think that if you're not going to spend the time on the characters, if you're not going to give them time, you're not going to show them interacting, you're not going to give them character depth, you're not going to develop their characters or, you know, flesh them out, people aren't going to care. It's just going to be Bloodline in name. Apart from, say, the leader, Jacob, who people will love. And that's what we've got right now. I feel like we've got Solo, Jacob, and that's it. I mean, like, Tamara and Tongaloa, no one gives a flip. I mean, they're just basically J and J security, aren't they? They're just basically the Singh brothers. No one cares. They're just there to bump around. They're just there to get smashed. And that's it. So Jacob's been amazing at getting himself over, but I think they have presented Jacob really well. I mean, don't forget, Jacob has been coming to the ring and wrecking shop before the Bloodline even come out. It's kind of like they send him as their wrecking ball, and like it's just been really well received. So they have done a little bit of work with Jacob, and Jacob has just... They say make the most of every second, make the most of every minute, like maximize your minutes. You might only get 3 minutes on the show, but have you left an impression? And that is so easy to say, yet so hard to achieve. And I'm not just saying this. One of the best examples I could give anybody would be Jacob Fatu. And I could see me using him as an example going forwards, because he is not someone that's had lots of minutes. He's not someone that we've known for months and months and months, or we've got to know his character, we've got to know his personality. He's just someone that goes out and is just a machine and a wrecking ball, and is just badass and cool and demands, doesn't grab your attention, just takes it, right? He doesn't like ask for your attention, he just takes it. He is that good. Like, honestly, for me, he's the poster boy of maximizing your minutes. And so I think he deserves all the praise in the world. But outside of him doing that, what else have you got to hang your hat on? People are pretty down on Solo because, you know, he hasn't been getting wins. People see him as, like, not really much of a threat for Roman. I mean, we've really got to work hard to make this Bloodline feel like a challenge for Roman, you know? So the thought of bringing in like Zilla, Hikuleo, all these other people, and then maybe not doing anything with them either, it's just like, for me, this is diminishing returns. That's where it's just going to get weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker. So at the moment, right now, it's fine. It's absolutely great. People are loving Roman being back. Everything's fine, except for I don't think that this new Bloodline feel like a threat. And we do have to do a lot of work to make them feel like a threat. It's such a shame that Roman's back and we're sat here saying we've got to build Solo's Bloodline up. They should be wrecking balls. We should have 4 Jacobs and they should be destroying everyone. And it should be mission impossible for Roman. We should be looking at this going, I just don't know how Roman's going to get past these guys. I think this is too much for Roman. I don't see anybody saying that. No one's saying that. Everyone's like, yeah, Roman's back. This is amazing. He'll get Jay. He'll get Sami. Bloodline. He'll smash them. You know, I mean, like, it just seems so easy. Walk in the park. I hope that they do, and I'm sure they will put obstacles in the way, you know? I'm sure they will. But this is my point. Because you've not built them, because they don't feel like that badass, they don't feel very dangerous, other than Jacob, you know, there's still work to do, even now that Roman's back. So the thought of another boomer group called the Bloodline, that, you know, we can't even build 2. So building 3. That's like the argument of people saying we need a 3rd hour of SmackDown. My response to that is, we can't get 2 good hours. Why do you want a 3rd? I mean, SmackDown is nowhere near as good as Raw. I'm sorry, it's not. And that's not even me saying it. That's you saying it, right? You vote on the shows on the second channel. It's nowhere near as good. Nowhere near as good as Raw. So, you know, the consensus is that SmackDown is struggling compared to Raw. And, you know, we're looking at a show that's 2 hours that just, you know, is struggling for 2 hours. How does putting a 3rd hour, how's that going to make it better? How does that make it better? I don't think it does. So it's hard to explain as to why Raw, the 3-hour show, is doing better than SmackDown, the 2-hour show. That is hard. The only thing I can say is that I think they've just got the best stories over on Raw. I think that they're really putting a lot into it because they know the move to Netflix is very, very important. And I think that they, between now and the end of the year, are going to make sure that Raw is in a really good place. You know, that move to Netflix is critical. I mean, it's everything. It is critical because you're talking about, you know, really their A show. I know SmackDown is, but when SmackDown goes to USA Network, it won't be doing 2 million anymore. You know, you might as well look at Raw as the A show right now, because in a very short time, USA will get SmackDown. As soon as SmackDown goes off Fox and goes to USA, it's going to drop in its ratings. It's not going to be doing 2.2 million. You know, it just won't. It will drop down because USA is not as big of a channel as Fox, so it's going to do less ratings. And then all of a sudden, you know, you're looking at Raw. Raw is going to go to Netflix. It's a bit of an unknown, that move. That's a big move, man. That is a big move. They are going to stack them early shows. There's already rumors that we're going to get Undertaker on those first shows, and John Cena, and I'm sure The Rock will be around. I mean, January is going to be bonkers. It's going to be bonkers because of that Netflix move. So you could sort of understand them, like, putting a lot of good stuff and getting a lot of excitement going with Raw as we get closer and closer towards... I mean, it's less than 4 months. It's like, what, 3.5 months? 3.5 months, which sounds like a long time, but what's 3.5 months? 4 weeks in a month, you're looking at, what, 14 weeks? 14 weeks, roughly, ballpark. 14 weeks until we move. Yeah, it's not that long. Like, you think, like, oh, it's August, we've got ages. It's not that long. It's about 14 weeks, including this week. So I think that I think we're definitely building for that move. And I think that SmackDown is struggling a little bit. And I think that bringing in a 3rd Bloodline would give me... I'd have concerns. Let's put it that way. I'd have concerns. Matty Boom said, I've posted it. Thank you, buds. Here we go. Let's flip over. Go over and show Matty's work. There you go. It's very good, that. Very good. That looks like an Undertaker jacket. It's very good, actually. I don't know how you've done the laughing face. Is it a Bray? I'm trying to think if there was a Bray Wyatt that had that kind of a mouth on it, but I can't recall. But yeah, very good. It looks great. There it is without the hat on as well. So yeah, good job, buds. Good job. Hopefully, they still haven't shown off one, have they? They still haven't shown off an Uncle Howdy. To my knowledge, there wasn't one shown at San Diego Comic-Con, which was quite a surprise, actually. Thought there was going to be one shown. But no, they didn't show one, which, considering he made his debut back at the end of 2022, you'd think they would have had one by now. But no, I don't know. You're ahead of the curve. Wrestling Russ says deuces. Wrestling Russ, shout out to you. Hope you're well, my friends. Welcome. Uncle Howdy, hello, says Daze. Vince McMahon destroyed and buried Demon Balor and The Fiend. Hunter is going to work with the talent to fix that. Another go around with Demon Balor and the legacy of The Fiend with Uncle Howdy. Well, I cannot explain as to why it went that way. We know that Vince doesn't like things that he didn't come up with, and he didn't come up with either of those. I mean, the Demon was, born in New Japan, as far as I know. Certainly before Finn came to WWE. And the Fiend was obviously a Bray creation. And, I think Vince was someone that was power crazy, if you will. Like, he had to have his hands on everything. It had to have his fingerprints on it. So I can only really put it down to that, because what's crazy to me is that both of those characters are so marketable. It just seems like a license to print money. I mean, I think they did good with both, in all fairness. I mean, pop vinyls, bobbleheads, t-shirts, masks, all that kind of stuff they came out with. Posters and all that kind of stuff. But I don't know, you just feel like there's so much that you can do with those characters. They're so marketable that why would you want to damage them in any way? I mean, look, when it comes to The Fiend, you can't win every match, yeah? I understand that. You can't win every match. Even Undertaker wasn't winning every match. I understand, unless you're going to have him just appear like once a year and he wins. But, you do run the risk of people getting a bit bored of that, unless you turn it into a streak, like The Undertaker, where, we see The Fiend once a year, and is this the year he's going to finally lose? You could have made that narrative out of it. But if you're not going to do that, and you're going to use him a little bit more than that, and you're not doing any sort of streak kind of narrative, he's probably going to have to lose at some point. For me, that's fine. I don't mind The Fiend losing. I really don't, as long as it's epic. It's been ages, like, with him on a win streak, and it, really means something. Like, I don't think there'd be too many people that would be upset with that, to be honest. If The Fiend had gone undefeated for 3 years, had been champion and all this kind of stuff, and then, I don't know, say it's Randy that beats him, and Randy, had done all this stuff in the build, and we didn't know it. Maybe Randy had brought his own darkness or something, I don't know. But, had we have actually built it that way, I don't think people would have been down on The Fiend finally losing. But that loss to Goldberg is just unfathomable. I mean, I don't think I'll ever understand it. I don't think I will ever understand having Goldberg beat The Fiend. I will never get my head around it. I mean, unless you just wanted to put the belt back on Roman, unless it just wasn't working and you wanted to put the belt back on Roman. Because I think the plan was Roman Goldberg, but Roman got ill, so we ended up doing Braun Strowman instead. But I could see it being a case that Roman's title reign was probably meant to start at WrestleMania, but I think he would have been the face, not a heel. I mean, that whole time was so messy. But, yeah, I don't know, it was bonkers, wasn't it? And then you look at the Demon and how popular he was in NXT. And again, you go, why wind that down? I know that Finn wasn't a fan so much. It was meant to be a bit of a one-off that just wildly got out of control. He did it once in New Japan. It was crazy over, and so then it just, kept happening. But to be honest, it's a character that people loved. He didn't need to do it all the time, but I feel like we've kind of gone from one extreme to another, where we got the Demon quite a bit in NXT. And now, in the past 3-4 years, we've had him like, what, twice? Something like that. WrestleMania, and then that match with Roman. Maybe we've had him like once more. I can't remember, but it's, you know, do you know what I mean? It's not much, is it? We've kind of gone from one extreme to the other. It's just, I don't really understand, because it's so marketable. It's a license to print money, really. The only good thing is that because we went that way, when you bring it back now, people are going to be really excited. So now you can bring the Demon back and you can bring the Fiend back, and it's going to be really cool. Had we have had them all this time, you know, then that would have been, you know, wouldn't have been the same, would it? I mean, obviously with the Fiend, we couldn't have had him because Bray's sadly not been with us for a long time. But, you know, it's one of those where Bray didn't bring the Fiend back when he came back. He was going to, but he didn't. We just didn't get to it. So now we're in this place where we can be really excited at the fact that we can use them. We can have them. They can return. So, yeah, it's a negative, but we can spin it to a positive, you know? Wrestle Wyatt said, Daze, I don't think Wyatt Sicks have got a very good storyline, but I think Carlito has been getting up a storyline. So you like what Carlito's doing at the moment? To be honest, the Wyatt Sicks storyline, I wouldn't really worry about it, because really this is their hello, welcome to the main roster kind of story. Them against Chads and against the Creeds, it's not really designed to do anything but just show you what they're about. It's not something that you really need to worry about. It's not something that, you know, they're dead on arrival, or far from it. The praise last week was huge. People loved that match. People really enjoyed it. I saw the IWC, right? They came out and said, you lot said that as soon as they were going to wrestle, they'd be lost. They wouldn't know what they're doing in the ring. You know, what you're saying now. That's the kind of vibe I was reading. And I was really pleased to read that, because I thought they were solids. I didn't think they were amazing in the ring. You know me, I'm honest. I'm honest to a fault. I thought that they were solids. I thought they had some nice moments. But equally, I do think a lot of the success of last week's match was those little touches, like Gacy being upside down in the corner, like Rowan doing the yeah, looking up at the heavens. You know, there was all these little touches that they did, which were like, nice, heartwarming. You're not going to be able to get away with doing that every single time if the match quality isn't there as well. So I think what they did last week was great. Perfect. Nailed it. The reaction was fantastic. But I don't think you can run that exact same match every single week, yeah? So you're going to have to continue to evolve and step it up. But, you know, they're in a very difficult position because they haven't competed together. I mean, all they've done is stuff in practice rings, which is very different from actually getting out there under the live cameras, under the lights, and actually performing, you know, as a group. We do forget, and I forget sometimes, that this is a brand new group that just don't have that chemistry yet. But what's really encouraging is they went to Whataburger with each other, right? And apparently they went out for another meal the other day with each other. Like, I really feel like this group is genuinely very close. You know, you saw Rowan patting Gacy on the shoulder, right? Like, we've done it, all that kind of stuff, you know. I pointed that out during the match when I was like, man, look at him there. Just, you know, when Gacy tagged out, Rowan put his arm on him, gave him a pat on the shoulder. And we looked at some unseen footage on Unseen, some footage after Raw. He did it several more times in the ring. He was patting him and all this stuff. Like, you could tell it meant so much to Rowan. Like really, it was like so much for him to be back out there competing and carrying on this creative. It was beautiful. It was lovely. It was a massive success. But again, you can't rely on that every single match. You're going to have to turn the match quality up. So the chemistry is being worked on. I would imagine the team moves are being worked on. The understanding is being worked on. All you can keep doing and saying is so far, so good. So far, so good. I think they've done a brilliant job. And I think that you're right. This storyline might not be the best, right? It certainly doesn't feel like it's kind of Liv Dom levels, but you know, it's fine. It introduces them, and hopefully they'll be in an even better position when we target the next victim or victims, which I'm not sure who that's going to be. I'm sort of hoping it's the Judgment Day, but I don't mind it being Final Testament. I think it'll be a group, but I mean, I don't know. Perhaps we get some answers tonight. Right. Let's go down. Daze, hope you're well. Hello, Kian. Having a good stream. How was your day? It was all right, thank you. I enjoyed the Unseen video. That's good. I'm pleased about that. Thank you. It helped me with clearing my mind whilst I was cleaning the house. Oh, very good. Kian, shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, I do love the Unseen videos. I think what I'm going to try to do a bit more now is maybe pull out some of those bigger stories, because like I did earlier today with the Street Trash thing, because I knew that name was going to divide opinion. I knew that was something which I'd already, I mean, it only dropped like not long before I did the video, and already I'd had people sharing their thoughts, some people for it, some people against it. So it was clear it was one that was, you know, it didn't have unanimous love. So I thought, oh, this will be good, because like I got some thoughts on it and I put it in that video. And again, if you watched it and you disagreed, that's absolutely fine. I have no issue with that whatsoever. I do not expect people to agree with everything I say. I don't have that expectation. So I don't mind putting a video out where I give my thoughts, because all I'm going to do is give you my honest thoughts, and I'll back it up with why. I'll be able to justify it. I'm not going to just go, oh, I like it, and that's it, right? I'll be able to explain why. And if you disagree, you disagree, and that is absolutely fine. But I thought that's probably a good one to pull out, because that's the kind of thing that might just sit in the middle of an Unseen. And it's just one story amongst a lot of stories. And I think we do sometimes miss out on maybe kind of digging into something a little bit more, or giving something a bit more room to breathe. I think I am a victim of that. If you've got loads of talking points and you put them all into one video, things get in each other's way, you know? Whereas if you've got something that you can pull out and do a separate video, it needs to be big enough, of course. I'm not just going to pull everything out or anything out. But if it's something that I think, oh, this is quite interesting, then I think we might start doing a bit more of that. So I did enjoy that video, the Street Trash one. And I enjoyed the Unseen as well. And we got a few more bits, I would say, for later. But to be honest, on a Monday, we tend to do Wyatt Sicks videos, don't we? Because there's normally like a lot to talk about. It's getting to the point really now where we do Wyatt Sicks videos once a week, just because we don't really get much else. Maybe the odd tweet, but that's about it, really. I mean, it seems a long time ago since Nightbird now, doesn't it? Which is a bit of a shame. I think they could use their Twitter account a bit more. I think they could have a bit more mystery. I think they could plant a few more seeds, you know? We could get like some promos for us to get our teeth into. What do you think he meant by this when they did that? What do you think? Like, we don't really have any of that at the moment. So, I don't know, yeah. I'm kind of looking for them to turn some of that back up a little bit. Not as loud as it was during Nightbird, but I think we could definitely do a bit more there. But yeah, I think there's some amazing stuff going on in wrestling. I think we're eating so good at the moment. It's close to impossible to complain, isn't it? There's just so much good stuff that's happening at the moment. So onwards and upwards as we head to Bash in Berlin. Man City are going to get away. The world is corrupt, says Dort Knights. Did you see LA Knight winning the Rumble and facing Gunther? Don't know, to be honest. He could do, I suppose. He could do. I don't personally see that, but I mean, if I'm thinking of Rumble winners, I think, to be honest, what you're looking at is you're looking at merch sales, you're looking at YouTube views, you're looking at Google searches. I feel like LA Knight would probably be in the top 15, maybe the top 10, maybe. But genuinely, I don't know. Top 10 maybe of male stars. But I don't know that he sells more merch than, say, Jey Uso. I don't know that he gets more video views than, say, Jey Uso. I think there was a weird stat that came up when 2K24 came out that said that Jey Uso was the second most played wrestler or something behind Roman. Like, it was crazy. And like Jey Uso at times going into WrestleMania, like some weeks had the #1 selling shirt. So I look at people like Jey Uso, you know, I look at people like CM Punk. And I'm like, oh, it's really difficult to see LA Knight winning a Rumble ahead of them. I would definitely have LA Knight in my top 10, like, options as to who could win it. But actually, as we're sat here right now saying, is he going to do it? I've probably got to lean towards no. I think if we were to look at the Rumble odds right now, I think that Jay and Punk would probably be ahead of him. And honestly, maybe even some others that I'm not even thinking about. I don't think Bron Breakker. I don't think they would go with Bron over. But I don't know. Maybe even Bron would be a little bit ahead. To be honest, I think LA Knight right now is being tested because I think that WWE never thought that he would be as successful as what he's been, right? Well, we know that for a fact, right? They did not expect this from him. They didn't expect these reactions. And so I think they've done a really good job, actually, WWE. Some people are going to disagree. But the thing is, the LA Knight hype train could have been a flash in the pan, right? It could have just been here today, gone tomorrow. Could have been a meme. Could have been a meme. Yeah, memes come and go all the time, and LA Knight could have been a meme. But what WWE did is they built him and like stuck with him, and they had him in Money in the Bank back in 2023, and he didn't win it, but then like they used him at the SummerSlam in 2023, and like they were keeping him on TV, and he was getting his big reactions, and like, you know, they were seeing if people are still with him, going with him, and you know, they were putting him in feuds, and he was winning the feuds, and you know, they just kind of kept the momentum going, and they were just having a little look, and the crowds stuck with him. And I honestly thought that they were just working their way till WrestleMania. They ended up going a little bit longer than that and going to SummerSlam, and then they finally put the mid-card title on him. So I feel like he's passed the test of, is this a flash in the pan? No. Do the crowds love him? Yes. Does he deserve a mid-card title? Well, for a lot of LA Knight fans, they would have said yes last year. For me, that would have been too soon, because you just run the risk of not knowing if this is just, you know, here today, gone tomorrow. Actually, the fact we've waited gives me a lot more confidence now that this is here to stay. He is here to stay. We've got a foundation that we can actually build on. He's champion now. Give him a great run, have some banging matches, and really, at that point, we'll have a look and see where we are. I think you need to have a look at that point at what the landscape is. Unfortunately, I don't think LA Knight is in the position where WWE are going to do the booking based on him. I think what's going to happen is that WWE are going to give him a good title run. When it's time to end that title run, we'll look at the landscape. And it'll be a case of, right, it's time to get the belt off LA Knight. What do we do next? If you've got two new champs and they ain't losing the title anytime soon, well, then he ain't going to be getting an opportunity. He could get an opportunity, but lose. I think it's that more so than LA Knight being the guy that you actively work towards getting to a world title. I think you book him, see how the crowd are, see if the crowd are with him, and then you go to that next level, and the next level, and the next level. You know, now he's got the mid-card title, give him a good run, and let's see how the crowd reacts. Let's see what the viewing figures are like. Let's see what the crowd reactions are like. Let's see if, you know, if it's still, now that he's had some success, you know, do people start tailing off a bit? I don't think they will. I don't expect them to. But if I'm WWE, I'm quite happy to do that. And then, you know, once it's time to end this title run, then have a look and see, right, where are we? What's the landscape look like? Who's doing the best merch sales? Who's doing the best video views and all that stuff? To be honest, if I'm WWE, I'm doing that quite a bit, because you're gonna have a lot of people. Everyone on the roster is gonna believe they should be the guy. Everyone's gonna want to be the guy, right? So if you're in charge of those people, if you was in charge of talent relations, if you was Triple H, how can you keep it all under control? I mean, it's very difficult. How can you juggle all of these plates? Because everyone wants to be the guy. Everyone wants to main event WrestleMania. Everyone wants to be WWE champion. So if you've got Bronson Reed coming to you, LA Knight coming to you, Sami Zayn coming to you, CM Punk coming to you, Gunther coming to you, Drew McIntyre coming to you, Kevin Owens coming to you, right? And just think of the roster. All these people wanting their opportunity. How do you keep everyone satisfied? I think one way that you do it is you basically say, you know, the booking for the next couple of months is done. You don't factor into the title picture, but if you can improve your video views, your YouTube views, your Google searches, your merch sales. You know, I've got a report here that tells me the top 10 merch sellers. I've got a report here that tells me the top 10 most searched on Google superstars. I got a report here that tells me the top most searched people from WWE.com. I've got a report here that tells me the most played people in the video game. You know, I've got another report here that tells me the most viewed TikToks. Like, I've got a report here that tells me every segment's viewing figures for the past 3 months of Raw. Like, I can use all of these indicators to find the answer as to who the person should be. It's your responsibility and 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 your responsibility to be at the top of these lists. Yeah? When you are at the top of these lists, come back to me. Come back to me and then we'll have a proper conversation. But until you're like there or thereabouts, I'm going to be going with these people, right? Now, that some people might be really off with that, but I think that's as fair as you can make it. Listen, I'm going to throw Jacob's name back in. Jacob Fatu has not had many minutes, but look at the buzz that has been created by him. He maximizes his minutes. He maximizes his moments. He might get onto TV for a few moments, but man, does he make an impact. And, you know, all these superstars that want their opportunity, go watch Jacob, yeah? And maximize your minutes, because then we can have a conversation, you know? For some people, it's really hard, like Akira Tozawa, you know? Some people like that, their place on the card is to be the funny person. Same with R-Truth, you know? But, you know, if you do what's asked of you, you're gonna have a job, and you're gonna be employed, and you're gonna have a good living. If you want to try and become like a top superstar, there's no guarantee that's going to work for you. You know, it's if someone like Akira Tozawa, it's gonna need some real good creative to get him in the mix. You know, Akira Tozawa feels like, I mean, you could do it because he could be very honest in an interview and say, like, you know, he promised his dad that he would be a champ one day, and he's never been a champion in WWE. And then all of a sudden you've got a story where you can try and get him some wins, some momentum. Maybe he suffers some losses, some setbacks, goes in a battle royal, ends up winning it, wins the battle royal. People are going crazy. Now he's the #1 contender. You know, there's a creative that you can have there. But you're not gonna really do that unless you have something to suggest that it is worth investing in, you know. So that was a long answer, but my answer is: do I see LA Knight winning it? No, I think he's in the mix, and I think when it comes to selecting who the people should be, those would be the parameters. So LA Knight's got a great chance because he's got guaranteed TV now that he's the mid-card champ. Guaranteed TV, guaranteed feuds, guaranteed matches, guaranteed promos. Make the most of them. make the most of them. Get on them lists. You know, get the crowds like, you know, chanting your name and everything, and then it'll be there or thereabouts. Angie, shout out to you, says, happy Monday, happy Monday. I can't wait to see the Wyatt Sicks, what they do next. I absolutely loved the match last week. I think they made both Bray and Luke very proud. Now, where the heck is Alexa, said Angie. Well, I think it was Tom Colohue who said that they are waiting for creative. So I believe originally he said she should be back at SummerSlam, right? As we got closer to SummerSlam, he said, word on the street is she should be back around SummerSlam, but she won't be back until they've got creative for her. Now, the problem with that is that we don't know when the creative is ready. I mean, we believe that there is a character for her, but I don't know that there's a story for her. So I suppose it's a bit disappointing that we find ourselves in a situation where they don't have everything fully planned for Alexa. If they did, then she would be back, right? So at the moment, it seems like we're just waiting for that, really. Maybe they've got an idea and we just haven't quite got to that point, you know? Perhaps they're thinking, bring her back, have her go after Liv, but you can't do that whilst Liv's in a feud with Rhea. Perhaps it's that, yeah? So either way, that's what the holdup is, apparently, is that we're just waiting for that that creative. So disappointing, because everything that people had said was pointing to SummerSlam, and that was where I expected her to return. But now that's what Tom's saying. He's saying that they're just waiting for that creative to be ready, and it's not quite there yet. Right, lovely, lovely. Tony, it is all right. I'm sure that Vince sees the same vision in the street trash name, says Tony. Well, I don't think Vince is aware, to be honest. I think Vince has got other things on his mind. Suzanne said, I've been having a bit of a health issue. I'm sorry to hear that, Suzanne. Shout out to you. I hope you're on the mend. Chase, shout out to you, said hello everyone, it's a great time to be a wrestling fan. It is indeed. Spartan said, are we doing UFC this weekend? Yes, it's a big monthly show, isn't it? UFC 305, I think it's the big numbered one, isn't it? The Beach Kevin said, you can't just have Alexa come back and just be a member of the group. She's more popular than all of them combined. Well, I'm definitely excited to see what they do with her. For me personally, I mean, I feel like sometimes with these things, it's I mean, I'm fortunate because I'm not a journalist, right? I don't find out these stories. I just tell you what's being said. So I don't have to worry about that, right? For me personally, I don't want her back until the creative's right. So for me, that's what it's fine. If that's the truth and we're just waiting for the right creative, that's absolutely fine. But I just don't know kind of when that's going to be ready. And I think that there's people out there that are maybe getting a bit restless, which is a shame because, you know, it was widely reported SummerSlam was the belief as to when she was coming back. So I have seen plenty of people asking the question, where is she? What's going on? All this kind of stuff. You know, she should be back by now. Blah, blah, blah. And so there is a little bit of kind of, you know, people getting a bit frustrated. But, you know, for me, it's fine. We've only just we haven't even scratched the surface with this Wyatt Sicks group. I'm still quite happy watching them. And you know, we've got so much to do with that group. I think that bringing Alexa back, you know, she's on her way. They'll get the creative sorted. Not sure when it's going to be. I don't think it'll be too far away. And then, boom, off to the races. So, yeah, it's fine. I think you're right. Make sure that that is correct. We don't want to be in that situation with Kiana James. Apparently, there's no creative for Kiana James, which it's just so hard to fathom, isn't it? Why call her up? Why call her up? Why did you sit there and call her up, like write her name down? If you didn't have any plan for her, like, why did you do that? Why didn't you just leave her in NXT for a little bit longer? Why did you call her up? What's the thinking there? I'd love to get an answer to that. I'm literally asking it. Like, I'd love to know. Do you want her on the road, getting used to being on the road, and before you give her creative, or I don't know, why? Why did you call her up if you didn't have anything for her? And that would have been the same question for Dijak as well. Why did you call up Dijak if you didn't have anything for him? And then why did you release him? These are some good questions. These are some good questions. Why did you release him? Why did you call him up? Why didn't you just leave him in NXT and let his contract expire there? Why did you call him up and then release him? Seems like a really evil trick, doesn't it? Seems like a horrible prank. Do you know what we should do? We should call him up, make him think that he's got this really good future, and then when his contract expires, just let him go. Why have you done that? What? And I don't get the Kiana James thing either. So yeah, I do look at those and scratch my head. So I'm sort of like, there's not much point bringing Alexa back and having her twiddle her thumbs in catering, is there? So, right. Cygnus video. Is that how you pronounce it? Cygnus. Cygnus video. Shout out to you, my friends. Cygnus. Nice. I wanted to ask, let's go. As a wrestling journalist, oh, hello. How do you, oh, I'm not one. How do you organize talking points and go about covering the sport? Why are you so bad at it? Ha ha, just kidding. Thanks for all of it. Cygnus video. I'm not a wrestling journalist, so I would never claim to be a wrestling journalist because I don't have any sources. I've never claimed to have sources. For me, I spend my day obviously online, and I'm gathering stuff up for Unseen. So, you know, what my typical day would look like is I will have people tagging me and stuff all the time. So I've got, I've said this before actually, my appreciation of X drastically changed earlier this year, right? I used to really not enjoy X or Twitter because there's a lot of people on there that talk rubbish, right? There's a lot of people on there that say a lot of stuff and they don't know what they're on about. And this is part of the problem, really, because on X, you've got people that are young, right? They might be flipping 12, right? You wouldn't know because it's just a profile picture and a name. You never know who you're talking to. They can claim to be 32. They might be 12, right? You just don't know. So, you know, it's so hard to know who you're talking to. If I was talking in real life to someone that was like 58 or someone that was 12, I'm mentally going to be prepared for different conversations, you know? I'm probably going to, I don't know, like word things differently. Obviously, you know, you're dealing with someone that's got a lot of life experience compared to someone that doesn't have much life experience. You're probably talking to someone that's watched a lot of wrestling compared to someone that's, you know, watched a few years of wrestling. So I kind of think with X, you've got a lot of kids. I think you do have a lot of people with like mental challenges and a lot of people with like mental health issues and things like that. And I think as well as that, you've got a lot of engagement farming. So there's a lot of people that put stupid things up just to get reactions, just to get likes, comments. As I said, apparently now, like, you can make money on Twitter. So like now, I think you've got people coming out with all kinds of nonsense just for the sake of putting content out, but also because they want your reactions, right? There was a take the other day which I was so close to responding to. I can't even remember what it was, but I actually typed out, if I see a worse take than this year, I will be stunned, right? And I almost sent it, and I was like, no, because I feel like that was what they were trying for, because this take was so outrageous, right? And it was quite negative as well. It was quite negative. It was something like, I don't know, Gunther's the worst wrestler I've ever seen, or the worst wrestler, like, active wrestler right now, yeah? It was one of those where they were being negative. If it's someone being positive, then I don't really, you know, have any shots at that. But if it's someone being negative, I sort of feel like, well, you're kind of asking for it now. If you're going to be negative about someone that I like, well, then I kind of feel like it's free reign, really. But I didn't. I left it. And it was a big account as well. It wasn't just some person. It was a big account like a Sportskeeda. And it was quite clear they were doing it for reaction. And I didn't do it because I was like, this is exactly what they want, you know. So I didn't do it. So, yeah, anyway, you've got, like, it's the flipping Wild West, yeah? You've got kids. You've got all the stuff that we just mentioned. People trying to wind you up because they want your anger, yeah? You angrily responded. They want that. That's good for their tweets. So there's people that are actively trying to get that out of you. So it was just not a good. I always found myself coming off X and going, do you know what? I've had a worse experience. I feel like I've spent 2-3 hours there and I feel worse than when I went on. So what I do now is I've got all of the wrestling journalists, all the wrestlers, and then I've got some of the more positive IWC accounts, the big ones, the ones that put out content all the time. But only the ones that are putting out content that is like laughy, jokey, or interest. Anything that's like negative, I'm not interested in, right? I'm not interested in it. I'm only looking at laughy, jokey, stuff that's going to be good for Unseen, really. You know, in Unseen, we don't do like negative stuff like, oh, why do you think Maxine Dupree's so trash? You know, we don't do that stuff because... it's easy to do that stuff, but like we don't do that stuff because I just enjoy the more fun side of wrestling, and I enjoy, like, you know, hey, did you know this kind of, you know, fun fact kind of stuff, the comedy kind of stuff, the Easter egg kind of stuff. That's the stuff I enjoy. And so I follow journalists, wrestlers, big accounts that put out that type of content, right? And I've got them all in a list. I think it's like 220 people in a list, right? And that's it. I mean, if I don't go through my notifications, if I'm not going through what you lot have tagged me in, I'm going in that list where I've got 220 people and I'm looking and seeing what they're saying. And that's it. So actually interacting with some of those, I had Ryder earlier, actually. Ryder sent me, here's a great example. Ryder sent me this big, Twitter account, right? And apparently they hate Cody. And it's just tweet after tweet after tweet after tweet after tweet of them just laying into Cody Rhodes. Just hate Cody Rhodes. And this message was like, oh my God, have you seen how much this person hates Cody? And it was just tweet after tweet after tweet after tweet. And I was like, I don't know who that is. I know who Cody is, but I don't know who that account is. Because they're not part of my world. They're not part of my list. If they're not on the list, if you're not on the list, then I don't see you. So for me, it's like whatever I get tagged in or whatever I look at on that list. And the great thing is, because I go to the list and it's got all the wrestling journalists, the ones that I trust, WrestleVotes, Sean Ross Sapp, PW Insider, PWN, right? You know, all those big accounts that's where everyone gets their news from. As soon as something drops, I do tend to see it quite quickly because it's not buried under like a whole internet worth of stuff. It's just one of 200 odd accounts. And that's so, you know, I can find it quite quick as a result. So, yeah, no, I'm not a wrestling journalist. I'm just someone that can highlight certain things, give opinions on certain things, get your opinions on certain things, and, chuck stuff around, really. But actually, I feel like a wrestling journalist is someone that actively does investigations and actively, speaks to people and does journalism, you know? There's a lot of people that call themselves journalists, and they couldn't be further from it, you know? They don't have any sources. They don't do any investigations. They literally just do what I do. And that is talk about what Sean Ross Sapp reports, what Dave Meltzer reports, what PW Insider report, what PWM report, what WrestleVotes are saying. And you'll find that the vast majority just do that. Because, there's not loads of people that seem to have sources, to be honest. There's the odd person that pops up and then goes away again. Do you remember Better Wrestling Experience, Boozer? Do you remember them? They, I think, got rumbled, didn't they? And then ended up, disappearing. And then you've got people like Zero News, and everyone's a bit like, don't think they're legit. They might be legit, I don't know. They're not part of my list. But people are like, not sure. And then there's like, you know, other people on Instagram and other people on TikTok and all that stuff. I don't deal with any of that. Do you know, it's so funny. I get so many people going, oh my God, have you heard this news about blah, blah, blah? And I'll be like, no. Because none of the big accounts that I follow have reported it. So it's Mike from down the road has just put it up on Instagram. And it's amazing how that news can spread. It's amazing how powerful the internet can be. You know, if you can make it sound believable, I think you can put most things on the internet and get someone to believe it. And it is really interesting how these things kind of do the rounds. So, I mean, look, I'm not. I put a lot. I really do put a lot in trying to present accurate information, in the sense of I only go to sources that have been pretty good, that have been reliable. I ain't going to tell you what John down the road is saying. I ain't going to tell you what, you know, Barry thinks. I'm going to tell you what Sean Rossap thinks, what PW Insider are saying, what PWN are saying, what, you know, and I'll go to those places because they've always done me goods. And they've always been, like, you know, goods. You look at someone like WrestleVotes, they can give spoilers before the show even happens, can't they? You know, what was it? They said about Odyssey Jones last week. And they said it before Raw. So they must know, mustn't they? They must have some sort of insider source. They must know something. No one else was talking about Odyssey Jones before Raw, but WrestleVotes did. So in that regards, I think they're trustworthy. I think they might not get everything right. I think plans do change. We know plans change. I mean, CM Punk showed us the plans for WrestleMania 36. We didn't end up getting them, but we actually saw what they were written down as, so we know that plans change. Look at flipping Rock and Roman from WrestleMania. That was legit. You know, we were going to get Cody, then we were getting The Rock, then he went back to being Cody. Injuries and suspensions and all this kind of stuff, people leaving, all of that affects things. All of that changes plans. Travel issues, that can affect things. There's people feeling ill, getting a bug. So much stuff can affect plans. So I do believe that happens. I just think that when you say, oh, this was meant to happen but plans changed, it does seem like a cop-out. And at times I'm sure it has been used as a cop-out. But I do believe that it does happen as well. I do believe that is something that happens. Because you can't stop people getting sick. And you can't stop people getting arrested. And you can't stop people being released, like Dijak, you know, got released. I don't know that Triple H wanted that. I don't know that Shawn wanted that. I think from what I've heard, that was a Nick Khan decision. Well, you know, that's going to happen and you might not have control over it. And there might have been plans for him. So the person that was going to face Dijak now don't have no plans. Look at Bobby. Bobby was going to face Bray at WrestleMania 39. Bray fell ill. That was it. No Bobby at WrestleMania. So we know that plans do change. But it's just, you know, it's not great, is it, when you hear, yeah, the plans changed. You know, it does seem like a cop-out. So no, I would never parade myself as a wrestling journalist. I'm not. I don't do any investigation work. I don't have any sources. What I do try to do is give you the news as it's coming through, give you my perspective on it, get your thoughts back on it, chuck it around, and, you know, as a community, get our teeth into it and see what people are saying. So, yeah, hopefully people, it's been going all right so far. Hopefully people continue to enjoy it. So, Cygnus, shout out to you, my friends. Phantom67 said, I'm enjoying some delicious tacos before. Oh, really? Look at you. Ooh, look at you. Haven't had tacos in a while, actually. We ended up going out for a meal tonight just down the local pub. It was very nice. It was like steak with... I had it the other week, actually. It was this big bun that was hollowed out and it had like this melted cheese in it. And then there was steak and there was chicken tendies. Had some chicken tendies and some chips, and it was lovely, on like a wooden like tray. It was all very nicely presented, more of a board actually. So yeah, very nice, very nice. But I wouldn't mind some tacos, to be honest. I haven't had that in a while. That Jeff Delaney said card subject to change. That is true. That is true. Card is subject to change. It's one of those where, you know, I think, yeah, it's so difficult because I don't like spoilers. I really don't. And if all of that was gone, you know, things like contracts being renewed, I suppose, isn't so much of a problem. But like, the ones I hate the most are the ones that are like, you know, if WrestleVotes was to drop something about tonight's show now, we're only half an hour away. So if WrestleVotes drops something now, what's the point? What is the point? What does that achieve? Like, it just shows that they're correct by 40 minutes, half an hour, an hour. And all you've done is ruined the surprise, you know? So that I really hate that. I really hate that. There is a plus side to it, though, for them. And that is, it shows that they do have contacts. Because if they can find out something that's going to happen on the show an hour before it happens, then that means that clearly they do know someone and they clearly do have access to that information before we do. So I suppose in a way it kind of shows that they do have sources. But other than that, what does it do? All it does is spoil the show. So I really hate those kind of spoilers. If it's things like Julia, I don't mind that so much, because we've known that Julia's been coming in for ages. And so, you know, I mean, months and months and months. So I don't mind that so much. Hikuleo, I don't mind that so much. We know that he's coming in. It'd be better if we didn't, to be honest. I'd still take not knowing over knowing. But yeah, you know, these things get reported ages and ages and ages. But then, like, you know, if you say about Alexa, for example, she'll be there at SummerSlam and then she's not, then of course people will be upset because they're like, oh, you said it was going to be at SummerSlam, whatever. But I'm really fortunate in that I don't ever claim to have that information. I just tell you what people are saying, what the streets are saying. And, you know, they get the credit, but then they also get the blame when it's not quite right. So, but that situation was a changing situation from what I understand. The goal was to bring her back at SummerSlam. And then it was a case that the creative wasn't quite there. And it, to my knowledge, still isn't. So we're just waiting on that one. Once they've got a plan, then she should be back. Whew, that was a walk. Right, Tony said, when talking about the Street Trash name, would you say the same thing for the shirts of Dungeon of Doom? Would they look good to you, says Tony? I think it depends how you present them, to be honest. I mean, Dungeon of Doom, to me, if you was to present that in a kind of metal style, you know, like a metal band, you know, Dungeon of Doom, is that any different to Judgment Day? In my mind, no. You know, Judgment Day or Dungeon of Doom, either of those are just kind of the same, really. I mean, neither of those names blow my mind. Neither of them strike me as the greatest thing I've ever heard. But a lot of it comes down to presentation. So Dungeon of Doom, for example, yeah, I'd have no problem with that on a shirt if you present it the right way. The problem with that group, I don't think, was the Dungeon of Doom name. I don't think Dungeon of Doom was the problem with that group. The problem with that group was they were about as cringe as you could get. You know, I mean, you've got like all this fake smoke and you've got all this fake set, and they've all, you know, they were all just buffoons, to be honest. You know, you're dealing with the likes of Kamala in like the mid-90s. I mean, Kamala was probably seen as a threat in the 80s. But by the time he'd jobbed out in WWE and been a bit of a joke, and we get to the mid-90s, like, who's intimidated by Kamala? Who's intimidated by the Yeti? Do you know what I mean? It ain't the Dungeon of Doom name that let that group down. It's the flipping members and the presentation and the way that they were presented. So, yeah, for me, Dungeon of Doom's not a problem. It obviously, the way it was presented was a problem, but the name, it with like a metal band kind of font. Let's say that name had never been used. Let's say that there'd never been a Dungeon of Doom, right? See, now when you think of it, you think of the 90s WCW group. Let's say that never existed. Let's say we needed a name for Final Testament, right? Carrion's group with AOP, right? And Paul Ellering. And let's say they went with Dungeon of Doom as their name. and it was done in a metal font, and Karrion Kross came walking out, and AOP came walking out, and Paul Ellering came walking out, and Scarlett came walking out, and they were known as the Dungeon of Doom. I ain't got no issue with that. I ain't got no problem with that. To me, it's not the name that let that 90s group down. It was all the cringe stuff that came with it. So I think you could get some out of that, but it's done now. Saw Hacks Duggan said, Sting Undertaker in a cinematic match on Netflix. What do you think? Sting Undertaker cinematic match. I like it, but there is a comment that The Undertaker made which stuck with me. He said that a cinematic match is harder than an actual match, and he said the reason why is because when you wrestle an actual match, you get your body warmed up, right? You get your body like warmed up and you get it warm, and once it's warm and once you're going, it's quite easy to kind of keep that momentum, right? You've got your body warm and you're going through the motions and you've got your match planned, and you know that's it, right? You just kind of go through the process, and he said he's done it that many times it was just like autopilot for him. So he said doing a match, you know, all right, his body was banged up, but you know, that's his bread and butter. That's what he's done his whole life, is those matches. So outside of the niggles and the mobility issues, that, you know, get his body warm and he'll deliver what he can deliver, right? The problem with a cinematic match is it's hours of filming, and it is stop, start. It's right, brilliant, let's change, different camera angle, and your body's not as warm anymore. So your body, you know what I mean? Like it's longer, it's quite draining, it's uncomfortable, it's not a case of just going out there and 20 minutes later you're done. It's a case of, like, apparently the cinematic match was hours and hours and hours of filming. And so, I think, wasn't there a bit where he actually got, like, hurt as well? Wasn't there a bit with some glass where he ended up getting, like, probably, like, did he put his fist through the window? That classic, like, classic Goldberg moment. But I seem to recall that there was a bit where he actually got injured as well. And it's like, it was one of those where it was a nightmare to film. He did not have a great experience with the Boneyard match. It's not something that I think he's really desperate to do again. So I remember hearing him talk about it. I think it was on his podcast. And I remember those comments because I always thought, well, the cinematic match is going to be a vehicle for us to maybe go back and do, like, more of those type matches. Like, we can do more of those matches, but with Sting and, you know, whoever else, John Cena, do one there, do whatever. But he was really down on it. And he was like, it was harder than a normal match. So I just don't know that he'd have an appetite for it, to be honest. I mean, look, it's been 4 years. The other thing, though, is what does he miss? I think surely what you miss is being in front of the crowds. Surely it's walking out in front of the crowds, and surely it's that energy. That's what you miss. I can't imagine what he misses is fighting in the middle of nowhere, having it filmed and then edited, you know? So I don't know. I really think it's going to be a hard sell, because you could say to him, like, do you want to do a cinematic match? I think his first reaction is no, not really. And he ain't going to get the buzz of the live crowds, because it's all filmed and edited. So, you know, he's just kind of adding to his catalogue, but he's not really getting much benefit from it, if you will. Apart from, hopefully it's well received and people enjoy it, and people, you know, enjoy it. But I don't know. I think it's going to be really difficult, to be honest, to get him to do it. And I don't even know if Sting would be up for it. Sting, I think, I don't know if he's still under some sort of AEW contract. So, yeah, tricky. For me personally, yes. For me. Because I always wanted that match. So for me, I would like to see that cinematic match. But so for me, yes. But just going off Undertaker's comments, don't think so. Dormouse says, you can't be serious. Out of 1,000 people watching, we've only got 237 likes. What? Psh, disgrace. Nah, I don't mind. Whatever. Chill. You know what I mean? Have some pina coladas. You do you. You do you. Floris Gump, shout out to you. Elizabeth said, what is Oscar from Sesame Street going to be the group Street Trash? Said Elizabeth. That's right. He's going to be the leader. Tony said he'd also probably get $1 million for his troubles. Oh, I don't think he's hurting for money, to be honest, but I don't know. Perhaps that could twist his arm. Homemade rice and beans from scratch, said Akeem. Is that what you're having? Enjoy it, my friends. Enjoy it. TJ said, Daze, in the last little bit, someone who has been constantly on the ball is Tom Colohue. He knows what he's talking about. I am quite amazed at his accuracy, which is about like 95% of the time, said TJ. Yeah, I like Tom. To be honest with you, I know that he's moved, so I know that like he hasn't done many videos. So I can't sit here and tell you how accurate he is, right? I don't know. All I can tell you is that there are things that he's reported that have come through. So I certainly look at him as someone that is worth paying attention to, right? And, you know, he said some nice, kind words about this community as well, because I think people have gone to him and gone, oh, I heard about, you know, stuff you said on an unseen, or you was discussed during a live stream, and he's always been, yeah, love the Wrestling Daze channel, love the Daze community. Like, he's always been lovely, right? So I've got a lot of time for him. He seems like a lovely guy, but I have to put that to one side. Like, that is irrelevant. Him being a lovely guy and him showing respect to us is irrelevant. What's more important to me is that the information that we are talking about is good. That's the most important thing, because that I'm not interested in talking about fake news. I'm not interested in talking about nonsense. You know, this is why the Brock news the other day was frustrating, because I read it and I knew straight away nothing had changed. And I knew straight away what was happening was that some of those big IWC accounts were having a slow day, and we're trying to find ways of just creating a story out of nothing. And I've got to tell you, that happens a lot. It happens a lot. I see it a lot. You know, the situation with Brock is that it's with WWE Legal. They're not comfortable with him being on TV whilst this Janelle Grant situation is going on, right? It's not his choice, like Triple H said. That's Triple H covering the situation, covering up, right? Taking the heat off the situation. He's making it seem like, listen, if Brock wants to come back, we're here whenever he's ready, right? That ain't what's happening. What's happening is it's with WWE Legal. Once they go, okay, we're happy, he can come back, then they'll have the conversation with Brock. They'll find a creative and they'll move forwards. But until this Janelle Grant situation is sorted, we're in limbo. We're stuck. We can't do anything because it's quite quiet at the moment. But it's only quiet because the Janelle Grant lawsuit stuff is all sort of, you know, on hold because the federal government are doing investigations. That whole Janelle Grant thing is about to start up again in the future. Like, that case has not even got going. And as soon as it does and things start coming out, it's just going to kick it all up again. It's just going to kick it all up again. You remember how noisy it was when all of that stuff got released? Well, it settled down because nothing's happening at the moment. And as soon as the case starts, boom, it's all going to get kicked up again. So we're in this weird lull at the moment where I think people are thinking that it's blown over. It hasn't. It hasn't even started. So when there was that news that came out the other day that Triple H was interested in Brock being at the Rumble, I looked at that and I was like, no, not unless there's been a situation with WWE Legal that's changed. And if you, honestly, it was amazing. That was my honest first thought. Anything to do with Brock coming back, my first thought is no. Not until WWE Legal clear him. That is my first thought. Without clicking on the article, that is my first thought, right? And I got loads of people tagging me going, oh my God, he's coming back at the Rumble. He's coming back at the Rumble, right? If you actually read the article, click on the button, read the article, not just the headline, read the article. It even said Triple H would like to bring him back for the Royal Rumble, but only when WWE legal clear it. So it's like, well, there's no change, is it? There's no change. I'm sure Triple H would bring him back at Survivor Series if WWE legal clear him. You know, I'm sure he'll bring him back next week if WWE legal clear him. It's just a nonsense. It's a nonsense. It's we ain't got a story. Let's try and make a story. Let's say that Triple H will bring him back at the Rumble if WWE legal clear him. You know, fast forward in a few months, it'll probably be Triple H wants to bring him back at WrestleMania if WWE legal will clear him. It's a nonsense. It's a non-story, and like honestly, it does get frustrating because they're just non-stories. It's just nonsense. It's just designed to get some content out. It's a slow news day. We haven't got anything. We've got targets that we need to hit. We have to get so many views. A lot of these are big companies, you know. They're not just like me sat on my own. I do all this on my own, right? But there's a lot of people out there that have got staff, editors and script writers and people that run Twitter accounts, people that run TikTok accounts. Like, there are big accounts, multiple people involved. Now, if you've got to pay the wages of multiple people, you're going to have to hit certain targets. And that's where it becomes a business, and that's where it becomes really dirty, because they have to hit certain numbers, certain engagement numbers, so that they get certain payments so that they can cover their costs. And if it's a quiet news day, then you're going to have to find a way of coming up with something, aren't you? You're going to have to find a way of generating something. So I know it's a bit moany, but honestly, I really think the state of like the internet wrestling community is not in a great place. I don't think it's ever been in a great place, but I think it seems to be getting worse. Seems to be getting worse. I think part of the problem is that people look at it and go, I could do that. I could do that. And so then they jump in and they start having a go. They might not have sources, might not have any information. So they'll just share the kind of stuff they're seeing. But the stuff they're seeing might not be from good sources. And it might be just, do you know what I mean? Might be Bob down the road. And then all of a sudden you've got someone else saying what Bob's saying, and all of a sudden then it builds it up. If you've got like, 10 accounts doing that, 20 accounts doing that, 30 accounts doing that, and you've got the same message starting to be spread, and you're seeing the same message again and again and again, all of a sudden you're like, oh, there must be something to this. No, it's because the same false information is being spread around by the flipping IWC. This is why, like, honestly, go to the sources that you trust. Not even me. I'm not even saying it for me. Forget me, right? Go to PW Insider. Go to WrestleVotes. Go to Dave Meltzer if you want to go to Dave Meltzer. Go to PWN, right? Find the people that come out with good, credible news that's consistent, and follow them and go with them, because I can't imagine you want your time wasted, because I don't want my time wasted. And honestly, there is a lot of that going on these days, a lot of it going on. So yeah, in regards to Tom, I like Tom, and I'm certainly don't have him down as a time waster. I don't have him down as someone that just creates stuff for the sake of it. But equally, I can't sit here and give you much detail because he hasn't really done a great deal, because he's just moved house. So I think now he's starting to come out with more stuff. So, it won't take too long for some of that stuff to be proven either correct or not correct. So he's on my list of people I trust, but I would also put an asterisk there and say I can't give you tons of solid examples, But he's one of the good guys for me at the moment. He's on the good side, definitely. Jojo, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. And Michelle said, hello, I'm loving this chat days, says Michelle. Michelle, shout out to you. Yeah, I just think, the way I like to look at it is that if people want to hang with us, I think that these are people that are, I think, good people. You know, I think you're all good people. I think, like, these are people that want to be positive about wrestling, honest about wrestling. Maybe you're not positive about I'm not positive about everything, right? I'd love to be, but I'm not. I'm a person. I'm human. There's things I like. There's things I don't like, right? The blessing for me is that I love WWE genuinely. And so there's so much about it that I love. It greatly overshadows anything that I don't. So for me, like, I love WWE. I love where it is at the moment. I want to talk about it. I want to talk about the direction they're going in. I want to talk about some of the rumors that are out there. But this is why, if we're wasting our time talking about just fake news that's never going to happen anyway, we're just wasting our time. And we're talking about or getting upset about stuff that's not even going to happen, you know? Or falling in love with something that's never going to happen. So I'd much rather that we focused on good stuff. So, yeah, go to the sources. That would be my advice, because there's plenty of stuff out there that's a nonsense. Right, where are we time-wise? We've got 10 minutes. Oh, my God. It's absolutely flying. How have we done an hour and 50 minutes already? And I don't even feel like we've really spoke about anything. It's just... Raw is going to be starting in about 10 minutes time. Right, let's try and blast down. Andrew said, Daze, do you think we get a Kevin Sullivan salute to start Raw? Don't think we get a salute. I think we'll get the video package. He passed away, was it Friday? And I thought they did a brilliant job getting a video package together. I think it would have been quicker to have had them do an on-stage kind of bell salute thing. I think that would have been easier than a video package, because you just say, right, we're going to start the show. Everyone come out. We'll put the graphic on screen. We'll do a 10-bell salute. That's easier to do than it is to get a video package together, in my opinion, right? Because I mean, they have talent meetings, right? They get all the talent together. So in the talent meeting, you could be like, look, we've just heard that, so we're going to do a 10-bell salute. So because they didn't do that on Friday, I'm thinking they won't do it tonight. So I think it'll be that video package again, to be honest. Tony said, you got it right. Keeping away from the waffle and keeping it real. That's why this is a good community of people, says Tony. Yeah, I agree. I think that it's something that we do talk about once in a while. It tends to rear its head, to be honest. Normally when there's been some nonsense news that's kind of come out and, you know, we have to talk about it, we normally get around to this conversation. So this ain't the first time we've had this conversation, but I think it's always worth just revisiting once in a blue moon and, you know, kind of mentioning for those that maybe have joined us since we last had it. But and there's a lot of kids as well, you know, a lot of kids that are off school and whatever. And I feel sorry for them as well, to be honest, because they don't know the trusted sources. They don't know the reliable sources. So, you know, to them, a WrestleVotes is the same as Bob down the road. So, do you know what I mean? Like, they're both saying something. Why should I believe this one over this one? So I feel sorry for them, because they could be running around just saying a load of nonsense as well. And we've all been there, haven't we, where you've kind of fallen for that trap when you're young. I mean, thankfully I didn't, because there wasn't the internet really. Like, this is all like, you know, the past 20 odd years, isn't it? But in the 90s, you know, we didn't have to worry about this. But you know, running around and saying stuff that you've heard, and you know, it's not from a reliable source. And then of course people are like, why have you said that? You said this was going to happen. And like, I feel sorry for them, to be honest. The kids, I've always feel sorry for the kids. So if you are a youngster dipping your toes into the world of wrestling for the first time, or maybe for the past like 6 months, year, something like that, and you found us, welcome. Hello, you are very welcome here. I love having people that have been into wrestling for longer than me. Like, we've got people that have been watching since the 70s and sharing stories of when they saw Andre the Giant at house shows, and I love that because I can learn from those people. And I love having people that have just got into wrestling that are looking for information, because I think with those people, I don't think you can so much learn from those people. Maybe you can, but I think one thing that wrestling fans love, and I say this all the time, is we love sharing our knowledge and talking about wrestling. Like, it's just, I don't know, it's just, it must be true of other communities, but it is so true of wrestling. I think it's because maybe wrestling gets looked down on a little bit. So if someone actually takes the time to go, oh, you're into wrestling, what do you like about it? That's an invitation to geek out, isn't it, really? That's an invitation to go, oh my God, I've got permission to talk about wrestling. Here's all this information. So wrestling fans love that, and they love that. So if you are someone that's new to wrestling, brilliant. Because it's just, I don't know that there's anything wrestling fans love more than sharing their knowledge. And so if that's you, I'd say, make yourself known in the chat, because there's about 1,268 people that would absolutely love to tell you everything they know. I've got no doubt about that. No doubt about that at all. Right, head of the table said, I'm always trying to find more people that like WWE because it's rare. I'm just glad that there are places like this, and others too, where it can expand your horizons, says head of the table. That's well worded. I like that. Yeah, I agree. I think I agree. I think it depends what you're looking for, really. I put a lot of value in honesty, because I think you could just follow the crowds and say what other people are saying. We could all reach an agreement that this is how we feel on things and just all agree with the same thing. But I just don't think that, first of all, that's not true. It's not honest. The other thing as well is that I think that different opinions can be really good, actually, because there's been many times where people have said stuff that's kind of made me reassess my position on things. And there's been many times where people have said things and it's made me think about things in a slightly different light, or people have suggested certain creative booking. And I've kind of gone, it happens all the time on opinion videos, to be honest. All the time I'll be reading opinions and I'll be like, oh God, yeah, that's a good idea. We could definitely do that. And I see why, because then that goes to that and that leads to that and blah, 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 blah. And I think I agree. If you do kind of expand your horizons in that way, it can be very rewarding. And I think it can give you a more complete picture of wrestling as well. Because obviously you've got your perspective, but it's good to get other perspectives so that you can reassess your position on things. And sometimes you might stay in your position. Sometimes you might change your position. But it kind of makes you analyze it from lots of different angles and maybe appreciate things you didn't appreciate before, or change your mind on something. Or yeah, I agree. Right, where are we? We've got 4 minutes to go. Liam, shout out to you, said Daze, how are you? I've been tweeting you so much because I'm trying to get in Unseen. I just never managed to, says Liam. No, I do have a very strong anti-Liam stance, actually, when it comes to Unseen. Really, anything you tweet me won't be included. Yeah, I've got to tell you, I'm doing it on purpose. I just really don't want to include you. So, no offense. No offense, bud. No offense. No, that's not true. The truth is that a lot of the time, a lot of the same things I get tagged in. So, I would say, if you want some little tips, I would say anything that's not WWE related is going to struggle. I get tagged actually in quite a bit of AEW, but I'm not an AEW channel, so I look at it and I'm like, yeah. So AEW stuff, I'm kind of like, it'd have to be something monumental, in order for it to really make it. But that I'm like, nah. What else? Anything that's like on YouTube. If people send me like YouTube videos, I can't play them because of copyright. Anything to do with music, Can't really do anything with it, because I don't know if you've noticed, I always take the sound off when I play clips. You know, if it's one of those like talking to NXT superstars about what's your favorite color, like, you know, and they just speak to a load, that's all fine, because I don't think that goes on YouTube. I don't think it does. I'm not sure. I've played them and never had any problems. But if it's stuff like from Raw, if it's stuff from NXT, if it's stuff from SmackDown, even sometimes if it's like from Raw Talk, they can be a bit of a problem, because I think they do go onto YouTube. So then obviously the auto detect software picks it up, and so then it becomes an issue. Do you know what, actually, on my clips channel, I never said this, on my clips, I've got a clips channel where I've put up stuff, and I thought, do you know what would be good? In the corner, why don't I put the footage that I'm reacting to? And my first thought was, you can't do that, because you'll get like hit with a copyright thing. And I was like, what if I take the opacity down 99%? So that means make it see-through 99%. So you can sort of in the corner make it out. Like, it wouldn't be a comfortable viewing experience, but it just gives a little context to what I'm talking about, you know? So if I'm like, oh, look at that look, whoa, that's a dirty look, at least you could sort of make out what I'm talking about. But you couldn't really just sit there and watch, you know, I wouldn't. I'm talking like a 3-minute clip, 2-minute clip, something like this. And I was like, I'll try it. Did it, uploaded it, copyright. There are channels, like, is it Kicking It with Ross, right? I've only seen a few of his videos. Honestly, I know he's a big channel, right? I know he's a big channel. I genuinely don't watch him. But I got recommended one of his videos about a week or so ago, and I clicked on it, and he does seemingly reaction videos, and he plays it in the background and sits in front and reacts to it. I have no idea how he does that. I have no idea. Zero idea. Because if I try anything like that, copyright claim, blocked, all this kind of stuff. I was blocked everywhere when I did the reaction thing. I was like, I couldn't believe it. So I don't know. I don't know how certain people get away with it. They must have like a workaround that I don't know about. But it is frustrating. Right, what's your favourite South Park episode, says Tony. Honestly, I'm not brilliant with South Park, because I do like it, but I'm a Simpsons person more. So I don't get a chance to really watch all of the... I don't really get a chance to watch. So I would say that I've probably seen about 30 episodes, maybe 40 episodes. But I do actually have the box sets. I've got like 20 seasons, which I've never watched. But I could put them on and just have them on in the background type thing. But yeah, in regards to my favourite one, I think it's probably a classic anyway, and it's the World of Warcraft. That was really good. That was really fun. The World of Warcraft thing that they kind of took the mick out of. I really enjoyed that. There was another one as well, actually. I don't know if it was the same one where they go to like a shopping centre. Is there a new shopping centre that opens and they go to this shopping... I can't remember if that was the World of Warcraft one as well, actually. I remember something to do with this new shopping centre that had opened. But I am more of a Simpsons person, to be honest. What's the best Simpsons episode, said Richards. Oh, that's a great question. Do you know, I've got a real soft spot for the monorail one. I've got a real soft spot for that. And I think it's because I bought the album. That's how much I was into them. I bought the album, the music album that they released. I bought that, and I heard the monorail song before I saw the episodes. And I just loved it. I just so loved it. So yeah, I was listening to that. Loved the track, and I was like, I've never seen this episode. And then I managed to see the episodes, and I was like, oh my god, fell in love with it, man. So the monorail one, I think, is really cool, really special. I love that one. Do you watch Family Guy, said Joe. Yeah, not all the time. I mean, I thought it was good that, like, back in the day when it first started. I don't think it's really... I don't think it's as good anymore. Maybe it got better or something, I'm not sure. But for me, it kind of lost its way a little bit. I watched a few episodes. I mean, so did everything, though. I mean, The Simpsons massively lost its way, didn't it? That's meant to be back, though. But, yeah, Family Guy... Do you know... This is... Hey, do you want a hot take? Do you want a really hot take? Something that people are really going to disagree with. I actually preferred the Cleveland show. I think when I first saw Family Guy, I loved it. Laughed out loud, loved it. I think quite quickly, though, it got a bit samey and sort of just lost its appeal a bit. I mean, I feel like it had 2-3 amazing seasons, and then it started to just get a bit samey, and I was a bit not done with it, but I was like, I didn't feel as hot on it as I once did. But then the flipping Cleveland show started. I was just howling, man. I was just howling. I just loved it so much. So yeah, love the Cleveland show. I was so disappointed when that got cancelled. I thought it was really good. Quite cheeky, I thought, the Cleveland show. There's Randy. Bob's Burgers is something I couldn't quite get into. I tried to get into Bob's Burgers. I watched it. It was all right, but I didn't love it. Okay, so we're just seeing Sami Zayn and Bron Breakker. Just seeing some of these people arriving. 2 out of 3 falls match. This is my brutality. So we are starting with Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley making her way down to the ring. Mommy. What is Mommy gonna say? What is Mommy gonna say? Quite surprising how heartbroken she was, and probably still is. I don't know about you, but I think a lot of people thought that she was maybe playing Dom, stringing him along, to see him turn on her and for her to be so upset. It was quite a surprise, really. Is she over it, though? Mommy always on top. Abby the Witch will feature in action next for the Wyatt Sicks, said Brian. What's the TT on her face? Has she got TT on her face? Oh, yeah. Must be Terror Twins. But Rhea is so good in the WWE ring, said Elizabeth. Rhea Ripley has made her way down. JPville said, day 37, still waiting for that quadruple destroyer. Right, here we are then with Monday Night Raw as Rhea listens out to the crowd as they react. We are in the University of Texas. Let's go. What have the Wyatt Sicks got for us tonight, eh? What have they got for us tonight? And what has Rhea Ripley got for us tonight? Okay, Rhea Ripley in the ring. Loud cheer for her. Loud mommy chant as well. So the crowd are right there for her. They're right there for her. I've had a lot of time to think about what happened at SummerSlam. Boos by the crowds. Boos by the crowds. I've relived it. I felt embarrassment. I felt heartbreak. I love her. Right now, I'm just peed the hell off. I really love her bracelet thing. That looks great. Dominic. Dominic, you stabbed me in the back. It wasn't deep. Oh my God! This is something you've probably heard before. It wasn't deep enough. She's talking about his penis. I'm not sure. Maybe. I'm not sure. Oh, that's a low blow, isn't it? That's a low blow. If I'm Dominic out back right now, I'm in tears. I'm like, oh my God. She's gone and said that on international television. Honestly, I'm wounded. I'm absolutely wounded. I feel sorry for him right now. Oh my God, she just killed him. She just killed him. He doesn't recover from that. There's no coming back from that. Oh my God. The only way back now is if Liv said he's deep enough. If I'm Dominic right now, I'm saying to Liv, save me. Save me. Save me. Say something about how deep I can get. Daddy Dom has got some things that he'd like to get off his chest. I am deep enough. Honestly, how that young man is not crying right now. Loud boos, man. This segment is goated. This is goated. Why I left you for Liv. I kind of want to know what he's about to say, says Rhea. No, they don't care. They don't care. Trying to do a promo here is impossible. They're not letting him get a word out. Even Rhea tried. I'm a man and I deserve to be treated like one, says Dirty Dom. You suck. You suck. You suck. Mr. B said his voice isn't deep enough. Wow. It's not the only thing. You tried to change me? Do you know how embarrassing it was for you to be bossing me around? Now I've got a girl that calls me daddy. And Rhea's like, she gives me tendies whenever. She lets me be me. He gets tendies whenever he wants. Oh, guys, find a woman that'll do that for you. Oh my God, I want to be with Liv. It should have been me. It should have been me. I don't even like Liv. But tendies? Whenever he wants. The dream. Oh, hello, she said she's proud of Dominic Rhea. I'm proud of everything you've accomplished these past few years. Oh, watching you grow into the man you are today is one of my biggest accomplishments? You won golds? I wanted you to beat your dad on your own. Ah. She said that'll be the last decision that he's going to make. Here's Liv. Oh, she's getting boos. She's getting loud boos. There's only one thing you've said that's true. It's a great open. Dominic is a man and he's all mine. You have no family. Your family you had in the Judgment Day, I took them. Oh, they do an Eskimo kiss. That's how Eskimos kiss. That was filthy. There's a lot of Eskimos right there that were throwing up at that. Sloppy seconds, Chan. Everything you love is mine. Are you done? Liv said, I can get going if you like. And Rhea says, no, I'd just love you to shut the hell up. Yeah, you've took a lot from me. A lot of my weak links. Dom, the rated Liv superstar, says Jay. So, Rhea all fired up. This is cringe, said King of who get like, you don't like it? Oh, I think there's been some lines in here. We've been able to find out exactly where you are. What does that mean? Oh, Damian! Damian is standing behind Liv and Dom. Oh my God. Damian Priest looks like a badass, doesn't he? Damian Priest looks like a badass. He starts unloading on Dom. The way he was standing, towering over those two. Do you know what? There was Damian Priest aura. There was Damian Priest aura. I felt it. Rhea trying to get her hands on Liv. Crowd are going crazy because Damian is unloading on Dominic. Fighting in the crowd right now. That was so good. That was so good. Dominic is being battered all the way down these stairs. And there we've got Dom right by the ringside area. Boom! Big uppercut there by Damian. Dominic to the ringside area, gets chucked into the ring. Dominic's in the ring. Damian is coming after him. Oh my God. Dominic with a forearm strike, but it did nothing, mate. It did nothing. Oh my God, here's Carlito. Carlito with one black boot, one white boot. Clothesline, he goes to the outside. Yeah, man, Damian Priest looking like an absolute wrecking machine. Damn, that was fun. Damn, that was fun. I like that. I like that. I thought that was really good. I think, you know, hearing Rhea Dominic, Liv talking to each other, actually getting some stuff off their chest, finding out why did Dominic do what he did, how does Rhea feel about it now, actually, you know, having a few kill shot lines in there. I mean, that you didn't go deep enough. That is just an amazing line. That is an amazing line. Dominic saying I can have tendies whenever I want. The crowd chanting sloppy seconds. Like, you just felt like you was watching something. This is obviously one of the hottest storylines. This felt like we took, like, maybe we didn't take loads of steps forward, but it was fleshing it out for us. And I really liked it, man. I thought it was really good. And Damian just looked like a badass, man. When he arrived behind Dominic and Liv, he just looked like a badass. So, yeah, I was into that. I thought that was a good start. You didn't go deep enough was crazy, said David. This is why Raw is the A show. The Terror Twins are kicking booty, said Zoom Station. Danny said it was a very good start. James said, Daze, if I went to a show, my sign would say Mid-Horgan and the walk-in STD. Mid-Horgan? Wow. I've never even heard that. Is that what you call her, or is that what people are calling her now? Mid-Horgan. I shouldn't laugh at that, really. It's probably a little bit too far for this channel, but wow. That was really great. I enjoyed it, said Wrestling Fan. No one has got Undertaker's aura. Oh no, no one's got Undertaker's aura. But that is the best aura that I've felt for Damian. I mean, look, Damian has always had a decent look. He's always had a good size. You know, I mean, he looks like a problem. The thing with Damian is, you know, you're just waiting for those killer matches, really. He's got a lovely tone to his very deep, very gruff. Like, but you kind of wait for those killer lines, which, I don't know, we've had a few, but not really anything that stands out. So you wait for those lines where he's like really sitting someone down verbally. Or you wait for those kind of 5-star matches, and, you know, that for me, those are the areas where we're lacking it. But everything else with Damian's it's really good. You can see why they wanted to pull the trigger on him. Give him a run with a world title, you know? And add in the fact he's from Puerto Rico. Obviously, that's a part of the world which is a bit underrepresented. So kind of feel like, yeah, it's kind of ticks a lot of boxes. And so, but that aura, it's kind of there, but something's a bit off. But that bit where he just stood behind him, looking moody, you knew he was about to wreck shop. Just, yeah, I thought he came across really well there. Right, we are back from commercial break. Brony said, Damian Priest's rise is somewhat cool to see. I remember him winning Money in the Bank, and I was so down on it because I wasn't impressed by his work after that run. He has won me over, says Brony. Yeah. I think his title reign had quite a few botches in it. I mean, I remember him getting, like, caught in the ropes. I remember, like, you know, him doing his knee in, and there was another botch he did as well. Was it the count-in botch? Oh, yeah, the shoulder. He couldn't get his shoulder up. So I sort of feel like those were like quite big talking points from his title run. But the thing is, the way that they got that belt off him, with him being betrayed by Finn, and the fact that like Rhea got betrayed at the same time, and now they find themselves in this storyline. Like, it's a really good storyline. Like, he definitely is in a really good place. Really, really good place. So, Streets are saying that we could be building towards a tag match. Okay, we got Carlito battling away with Damian. This is our opening contest. And we just had that Rhea Open, which was, as we said, if you weren't watching, a lot of fun. We should get, hopefully, some Wyatt Sicks stuff later on in the show as well. So, it is Damian against Carlito. These two battling away. It should be Damian that gets this win, you would imagine, unless the rest of Finn and JD and all of those come down. Right. His title reign was a gateway to being a big star, said Matty Ice. Right now, Damian is as over as he's ever been. John said, I am EST on Raw. It's not USA channel. Where is it? Where is it? Is it on Sci-Fi? It should be back on USA, shouldn't it? The Olympics are over now. 2 out of 3 falls match, yes. So you've got to win 2 out of 3 falls. So 2 pinfalls, 2 submissions, a DQ, a count out. Got to do it twice instead of once. Sami against Bron. Mitchell said, Daze, no complaints from me. That was a super fun start, and we got a brawl. Watching on TNT Sports in America. USA, it is on USA, said Jojo. Oh, well, there we go. It is on USA. So, I don't know, maybe there's some states that don't have it on USA? Or maybe you think you're on USA, but you're not on USA? I don't know. It's on TNT Sports here. Would you say Damian is the most improved so far this year, said Floris Gump. That's a hard one, isn't it? Who are the most improved? I always find improved very difficult because I don't know that he's improved in the sense of his matches or his moveset. I just think that we've creatively found a way of making him feel bigger, but I don't know that that's necessarily as a result of him, you know? Like, him being champion helped make him feel bigger. Him being in this awesome story makes him feel bigger. But how do you measure improved? I can't sit here and say that he's giving us better matches than he was last year. I can't sit here and say that his promos are better than last year. So I find that really difficult, to be honest, improved. I feel like in order to measure that, you'd need someone whose promos were so-so, but now they're much better, more engaging. Or their matches were okay, but now like they're consistently great. I don't really feel that way about Damian. I think it's the creative that improved for him more so than him. They just got him in a better position. And as a result, he's kind of, you know, the perception of him is better, you know? I mean, WWE, the machine of WWE, is very, very powerful. Very powerful. If they put their full force behind you, they can completely change how people perceive you. You know, change your music, change your name, change your look, change your ring gear, start tweeting about you more, you know? They can massively change how people look at you, and you might not necessarily be doing anything different with your promos, with your matches. It's just all the sizzle, all the creative and everything changes. So, I don't know. I think that's really difficult. I don't want to just say yes if I can't back it up by saying because this is what's improved. If I say yes, I think he is the most improved. You would rightfully ask me what's improved about him. And I don't know that I'd have an answer. The only thing I would say is his booking, the creative. And also, I do think that I find him to be more engaging with his backstage promos. But then I would argue that the creative has made them more engaging. Because, you know, Rhea's been away, Liv's coming in, Damian's champion. He's taking more responsibility. And I think as a result of that shift there, the content of the promos was more interesting. So is it the delivery that got better, or is it the creative that got better? It's a tricky one, that, I think. It's a tricky one. Brody said, I think his promos did get better. In-ring feels the same, but he was having some good matches when he was champion, besides all the outside distractions and interferences. Wrestle Wyatt says Carlito has improved. Now that's interesting. That's interesting. because I do think that's a creative thing as well. But I also think it is a mentality shift for Carlito, because I think Carlito was trying to play it quite straight. Carlito, when he was in LWO, was not really like a comedy character. But since he's now leaned into the comedy stuff, and he's a bit more of a goof, you know, it's massively worked for him. So that's quite interesting. I would agree with that. I don't know that I could say he's the most improved, because again, I don't know if his promos are any different. I don't know if his matches are any different, but it's his presentation again, isn't it? It's a bit like saying, oh, this person's the most improved because they're a face now, you know? It's like, does it change anything? That's their creative, really. I don't know. I really do find that one difficult when it comes to most improved. That would be a really good one for an opinion video, though, and to really dig into, you know, who is most improved and why. That would be the key for me. Why? What about them is better? And is it just a creative thing? Batman Big Fan, shout out to you. Says, what a show so far. Love you, Daze. Batman Big Fan, shout out to you, my friends. Ellis Dub said, Liv has found the right creative, the same way Priest has. They would technically be the most improved. Both of them have found a rhythm, said Ellis Dub. That's interesting. Same with Carlito. I think that he's found a rhythm with that comedy kind of stuff. That's interesting. Finding a rhythm, making the most of the creative you're given. Yeah. Yeah. Here's Damian charging over, collides into Carlito. It's just a one-way traffic at the moment. He broke an arrow and he throws Carlito down. We got a Puerto Rican flag waving in the crowds. Oh, went for that big clothesline kick coming in. Boom, lovely. Lovely kick. Now he's looking to pick up Carlito. Carlito pushes Damian against the ropes. Big clothesline. Carlito goes down. And the straps are coming down. Damian Priest looking out at the crowds. I tell you, it really helps when you've got the crowd like right there with him. Crowd are so behind him. He's so over, and he picks up the win. Yeah, I gotta tell you, he feels like a star. He feels like a big star. Here's JD. And right now we got Damian driving JD. Oh, big shot. Here's Balor. Here's Dominic. Liv getting in the ring as well. And here's Rhea. Rhea decided to return. Better call an Uber and quick. Kick to the midsection by Rhea to Carlito. I don't like how big this pole is. Can I make it smaller if I click on it? No. Don't like that. That means we cannot have these poles up for long. Okay, JD McDonough just took a shot there as Finn Balor got out the ring. Rhea is telling Damian to chokeslam, massive chokeslam. Oh my God, absolutely huge. Chokeslam to JD McDonough. Finn Balor walks away. Finn Balor staring at Damian Priest, Terror Twins in the ring, embracing. Oh, Dirty Dom. Oh, Dirty Dom tried to come crashing down onto Rhea. He comes down and Damian catches him. Oh, kick by Rhea. Rhea with a riptide to Dirty Dom. Riptide! She picks him up! Oh, Liv makes the save! Liv makes the save! Ah, I was really surprised that they were about to let Rhea do that. That's the kind of thing you should have to pay for. That's the kind of thing that they would historically have saved for a pay-per-view. Oh, you want to see it? Well, $50 and you can watch it at Bash in Berlin. So I was really surprised they were about to do it. And it really looked like they were about to do it. And then they didn't do it. Okay, here's Ivy. Listen, I don't think you should be out there. Listen. I'll talk to Chad. Maybe you can be in our group. Maxine said I'm staying with my family. It's quite interesting. Oh, is that? Oh, no, tonight. I still don't get the free Otis shirts. Obafemi tomorrow. Who's he facing, actually? It's an open challenge, but we don't know who he's facing. Is that going to be someone from TNA? Oh, yeah, that was sick, man. That was sick. Wesley attacking the Rascals. Boom. I saw Wentz saying afterwards, I still love you. Tomorrow, 8/7 Central, NXT. We'll be live for that. We'll be live for that, baby. We'll be live for that. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry about that, mate. Right. Daze, I could see it being Liv and Dom versus Rhea and Priest in Berlin, and Judgment Day versus Jay and Sami for the tag titles, says Macca Rice. Could be. I don't know about the Judgment Day thing, but that would make sense if obviously Finn is free and he's not having to face Damian. Jay and Sami, yeah, be pretty fun. Gets them on the cards. Wrestle with Andy, hello. Do we think that CM Punk will wrestle on any SmackDowns now that he is cleared? CM Punk on SmackDown? Well, I would imagine he will at some point, but I don't think he's going to at the moment because he's a Raw superstar. So, no, not at the moment. I mean, whether he will... I mean, look, we know the brand split's not the strongest in the world. So, I have read that right, haven't I? So, yeah, I mean, I think he will. I mean, I can't imagine that he'll retire and not wrestle on SmackDown before he, like, calls it quits in a few years. I mean, I don't know how long we've got with him, but, I mean, we know that he is... fragile. It doesn't take much to break CM Punk, does it, in 2024? So, I mean, his body, I think, is telling him that it's winding down, if you will. So, we've probably got a few years. So, yeah, I'd imagine he'll compete on SmackDown, but I can't say I'm expecting it anytime soon. John said, turning Wes heel was odds. Wes was one of the more popular members of NXT. Do you know, I really think that, and people can disagree, I was a bit concerned personally about him because I think he had done a great job with the mid-card title. And he was like a brilliant North American champion, taking on all comers. But for me, I didn't feel like he was anywhere near close to being NXT champion. The reason why I say that is because he is on the smaller sides. And I think we've got a lot of great options. So, you know, you look at Trick, and obviously we had Carmelo, and we had Bron Breakker, and now we've brought in Ethan Page. And it's kind of, you're looking at it, and you got Obafemi, who's, you know, mid-card champ, but won't be forever. And even Javon Evans, I mean, that boy is bouncy. I mean, he has got NXT champ written all over him in the future. You kind of look at it and you're like, where does Wesley fit into this? How do you get Wesley into that? I mean, what does Wesley bring? I mean, he is popular, but he doesn't have the height. His in-ring is very good, but I can't say that it's better than, you know, some of the other talents that we've got. I feel like he's in the mix, but I can't really say more than that, to be honest. He's just, you could go with him if you really wanted to, but without sounding harsh, but honest, I think there's always a better option. And that's, I'm not the biggest Wesley fan. I don't hate him. I like him. But, you know, if you like, do you want Trick as champ or do you want Wesley? I want Trick as champ. Do you want Bron or do you want Wes? I want Bron. Do you want, you know, Javon Evans or Wesley? I want Javon Evans. There's just always a better option. So I think that's why, for me, you turn him heel and you have a little look that way and go, what doors open now? How does this look now? Oh, hello. Hello, Bo. Oh, he's in front of a TV. I wasn't expecting this. Bo? In front of a TV? Everything is coming full circle. It's been heavy lately. Lots of emotions. He's doing that. He's doing that. Especially last week. Wow, that was heavy for everyone. That's where it all started. The Wyatt Sicks had their debut. So we know Baltimore. It's where the Wyatt family made their debut. He was there. Something's happening, something big. The work isn't done. Good. It's only just started. Oh, hello. The work. The work must continue. There's a voice. Other doors. My life for you. Other doors shall be opened. There you are. That was cool. That was cool. I like that. I like the fact, like, the doors will be opened and stuff like that. It obviously gives you something to speculate about. For me, that's something that's been missing. Things have been a little bit straight line, and this group, they're not really a straight line group. There was some text on screen, but I couldn't make out what it said. So I feel like there will obviously be people that are going to break that down now. But there was like some text that flashed up on the TV screen that I couldn't quite catch. But lots of imagery that we saw on that screen during Nightbirds. That was confusing, says Mitchell. Well, I feel like it's teasing something, you know, other doors will be opened may now prompt Alexa rumors. That's what I'm thinking. Other doors will be opened. What doors? What's behind those doors? Where are those doors? Are those doors in other people's minds? I feel like that's kind of where the conversation will be. I'll be interested to get that breakdown, have a little look at some of the images from that. That was fun. That was fun. Right, we got Odyssey Jones. We got some dude behind commentary as well who was like rocking out. It was like this. Okay, Xavier's still not on board, is he? He's like, yep. Kofi's like, yeah, let's go. Odyssey's there. He's like, yeah, come on. And Xavier's like, yep. He's still struggling. Right. Let's get this. 51, 32, 11, and 4. That was good 96%. Good 96. New Day is stale. That is a nice NDR shirt that Odyssey Jones has, said Richard. Edward said, Daze, how are you? Thanks for putting my memes in Unseen. It means a lot. I've featured before, but I wanted to thank the community for the support. Edward, yeah, very good. It was fun. I like it. I think Xavier forgot his excited face, says Jim. Brony said, Odyssey being with the New Day has really given New Day some life, because before that they were extremely stale. That is true. That is true. I think they were very, very stale. I think this is long overdue. Long overdue. I think we could have had this like ages ago, but we've got it now. We'll take our blessings. We've got it now, so that'll do. What do they mean by other doors shall be opened? Oh. Other doors. Yeah, I just tweeted out, what do they mean by the doors shall be opened? Are we starting to tease Alexa Bliss or a new character? Fiend? Can I just say, when I say Fiend, that really is a question. Right? I'm not saying Fiend. Otherwise, I'd put exclamation marks. I don't think it's Fiends, but when they say other doors shall be opened, is that other doors as in doors of your mind? I mean, that's how I've took it. You know, we believe the funhouse was in Bray's mind, and obviously that door was obviously important. So what other doors do we open? We can't open any other doors to Bray's mind, but we could open other doors to other characters within Bo. Or do we open other doors in other people's minds? Or maybe it's a physical door? Don't know. I think it's probably a mental door. Right, what have we got here? This is the 35th TV sellout, the 52nd event sellout. There we go. The other door to the afterlife, says Meek. Okay, here's Odyssey. Go on, Odyssey! Yes! It's all right. Odyssey Jones making his way down. He's not wearing, like, New Day kind of attire. I wish it was all, like, brightly coloured, whatever, but it's black with just sort of some stuff down the sides. He's talking about the back door, said Leaping Lucha Larry. Oh, my God. What do you have to do to get in this group? I think in the static of the vintage TV, I saw the old Howdy mask that was used. Oh my God, is he coming? Is OG Howdy on the... Who's this boomer? Oh my God, look at this. This is street trash. Street trash in the ring right now. Boom, comes charging over. Let's go, man. Where have they found this guy from? Vincent Whiny? Vincent Whiny? Good job it's not the other way round. Whiny Vincent. Imagine being called Whiny Vincent. Vincent Whiny? Oh my God. His bandana's come off. He looks like he's just come from a My Chemical Romance gig. Big clotheslines coming into the corner. That's Cora Jade's boyfriend. I don't know if you're telling me the truth, then I could believe it. It's Daisy's American Boomer version. Vincent Whiny. Boom. Odyssey Jones slamming him down. Oh, I don't feel like this is going well. Here's Odyssey, and he rolls again. I tell you, Vincent Whiny, though, he's got a good physique. Awful ring gear. Awful. Awful look. Odyssey again rolling through. Boom. Looks like Trent from AEW, said Travis. He's a poor jabroni. I make you. Here we go. Whiny. Oh, boom. A spinning sidewalk slam does it for Odyssey Jones. Odyssey Jones beats Vincent Whiny. Oh my God. That's so disappointing. I thought I'd just found my new favorite wrestler. Odyssey Jones picked up the win, and it was very comfortable. Charles said that's an awful name. Here's Carrion. Here are the AOP. Oh, he's got an X on his foreheads. I wonder if Ellerin is doing that as tribute to Kevin Sullivan. I could believe that. I don't think we've seen Ellerin do that before. Yeah, I think that X will be a talking point for people, but I think it's probably just a tribute to Kevin Sullivan. Austin, show me some respect. Oh, I'm so gutted about Vincent Whiny losing. Cora Jade should leave him now. He's a loser. Vincent Whiny is a PC trainee, and that sadly is his real name. Oh God, it just goes from bad to worse, doesn't it, Stone? Just goes from bad to worse. Well, can't they, like, give him a new one? We love giving people new names. Can't we help him out? Aren't you tired of this coming out here week after week? Trying to drive a wedge between us. Let's do a 6-man tag team match, says Kofi. New Day. And Odyssey Jones. Yeah, well, he's in all fairness, Kofi says New Day and Odyssey Jones. Imagine if he'd have said New Day and then Xavier went, what about Odyssey? He's like, yeah, he's with us. I'm surprised they didn't do that. Final testicle. Testicle. Next week. Next week. Because New Day Rock. I think we could get somewhere, you know. I feel the power of positivity returning. Not in Xavier. I kind of like the fact he's not into it, though. There's a little something there, isn't there? Here's Adam Pearce. Here's Adam. Let's see what Adam's got to say. Oh, who's coming in? It's Drew McIntyre. CM Punk's not here. He's had travel issues. I want to know why Randy of SmackDown is fighting for the world title. This is interesting. Here we go. I've been screwed time after time. I'm going to take care of this, said Drew. I'm one of the veterans. I'll be on my best behaviour. Scouts, is that Scouts, is it? There we go. Scouts Honour. Here's Alpha Academy. Now, we have already had some Howdy goodness. I don't know if we get any more. I hope so. We've not had Wyatt Sicks goodness. Texas Tornado match? Yes! It's a Kerry Von Erich match. Maxine Dupree. Don't get the free Otis thing. Don't get it. I feel like there was going to be a story that just never happened. Johnny, shout out to you, said, I see a Kofi slow burn heel turn. That would end with a Big E return, maybe. Love you, Daisy. Johnny, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Do you know, I just don't know. Oh, Obafemi is in the crowd. Who's that boomer behind going, sit down and be humble before Obafemi messes you up. Oh my God. Oh my God. Brave boomer alert. We've got a brave boomer alert. He's only a flipping brave boomer behind Obafemi's back. Yeah, do that to his face, mate. Do that to his face. Mess you up. Anyway, I just don't know where we're going with the New Day. I kind of feel like it's one of those where Kofi could turn, or Xavier could turn, or even Odyssey Jones could turn. I would not turn Odyssey Jones. I would not turn Odyssey Jones. I wouldn't turn Odyssey Jones just because I really think he is someone that just plays that big, bubbly, fun personality so well. I'm sure he would do well as a heel, but, you know, sometimes you look at people and they're just faces. Like, sometimes you look at people and they're faces. Sometimes you look at people and they're heels. I look at him and in my mind he's just this big fun face. So I wouldn't turn Odyssey. But yeah, I don't know. Do you turn Kofi? Do you turn Xavier? Everyone's looking and thinking it's going to be Xavier. Maybe there's going to be a swerve. Kian said Oba versus Brave Boomer. Brave Boomer. Brave, but sit down. Be humble. But the Ring General said, Happy Monday. Street Trash need Demon Finn. The Ring General. Shout out to you. Well, Finn's in that group. I mean, we don't know if they're going with that name. We had a good conversation about that name earlier. Again, I do agree that that name being announced by Samantha, it does not sit well. Like, that's the one area you go, oh, it just doesn't sound right. And so there's been like a lot of backlash on it. But I think, as I said, on merch and stuff like that, I think it would look really good. I still think that it could be a designer brand. Honestly, a couple of 19-year-olds coming out of LA with their own clothing line called Street Trash. I'm amazed it hasn't happened. I'm amazed that no one's done it. I could really see that being something that took off. Flipping, just like Gymshark, as I said earlier. I could see that going on to be like something Kim Kardashian wears, you know? Like when she's out doing the shopping, she's got like this flipping $100 white t-shirt on that says Street Trash in the corner. I could see that being a thing. So I don't mind it. I think that it can work, but I don't know. Demon Finn. I think you bring out the demon. I think it's a name they call themselves rather than like them being referred to like that by Samantha. And Demon Finn being in it. I think you bring back Demon Finn. But I don't think it's like here's Finn Balor of Street Trash. I think it's like here's Finn Balor, here's Demon Balor. You just announce them as themselves. But they, you know, when they're doing like conversations, whatever, they, you know, refer to themselves as, yeah, that's right, we're Street Trash. What are you going to do about it? I do like, I always admire when someone takes a put down and turns it into a positive. I gave some examples earlier of some of my favorite examples of that. I think it can be quite clever. I think it's a good way of getting one over on someone that's trying to put you down. Right, here we go. We're back. Samantha has got a really good phone case, said Callie. Oh, well, we'll have to check it out. Check it out. Roman Reigns SCN said Xavier, that's another IWC member, says Xavier Woods is going to turn on Kofi next week. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Henry, shout out to you. Pressure. Yeah. Pressure. Pressure. What's he called? Metro Boomer. What's it? Is that his name? Metro Boomer? Is his name Metro Boomer? I want to be Metro Boomer. That's me when I'm on a subway. It's a good track, actually. I like it. Let's go. Okay. Alpha Academy in the ring. Amy says, I hope the New Day story swerves and they stay strong. They could do. He might come on board. Xavier. Wow, this is new, innit? Look at this. New graphics. Made in the USA. Well, people aren't going to be down on that, are they? Made in the USA, and they're called American Maids. Isn't this going to be a hard thing for our American friends to, like, root against? If this was in the UK and they were called, like, British Maids, and they came out with, like, Made in the UK, I'd find it hard to root against them. Although the crowd aren't struggling. Yeah, you suck, Chance. Oh, hello, Chance in France. Why is he in France? I'm a man of intellects. Is he in France for the Olympics? Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm here to do some recruiting. So Chad Gable was at the Olympics. Well, if that was earlier today, they finished. I'm here to look at the Olympics and do some recruit. Yeah, but it finished. I don't even know when the wrestling ended, to be honest. Masai Russell. Ding, ding, ding. Right, we are underway. Do we think the Wyatt Sicks come out, or do we think they're done with Chad Gable? I think there's a chance they come out. I think there's a chance, although it might not even be here. We may move on to different targets. Alpha Academy versus American Mates. Lovely. Belly to belly by Julius onto Zawa. This should be a straightforward win, shouldn't it, really, for the Creeds? Daze, you would be doing the same thing as that fan behind Femi, said Tony. What, doing that? I wouldn't, mate. I flipping wouldn't. I'd be like... I'd be like that. Vogue, Vogue, Vogue. I wouldn't be showing off like, yeah, look at me. I'd be like... That way, when he watches it back, he ain't going to be upset with me. What I'm doing is going, all right, everyone, hello. Shoulder up. I still think Howdy and Chad need a match, said Average Nick. SQRL13 said Chad literally just said he wasn't done with them. Well, I suggest he moves on. I suggest he changes his mind on that. Travis, shout out to you. That message that Taylor yelled into the camera on the tape is what Alexa said to bring back the Fiend. I don't know if anyone has said this. I'm only just joining. I thought I would mention it. Oh, no. That's what... When did she say that, then? Is that doing the rounds, is it? What's the lowdown on that? Oh, hello. He's got Tozawa up and to the outsides. Both the Creeds go down. Travis, that's really good, bud. That's really interesting. That hadn't been mentioned. But I actually don't know where that is when she did that. Was that when she was trying to bring back, like, the burnt Fiend or something? I've just put Alexa in, and honestly, I've just got so many boobs. So many boobs. I feel like you could probably just put in any lady's name into X and you'll end up getting boobs. Daze, what's your prediction for UFC? Oh, I've not got that far, but I tend to do my research on like Wednesday, Thursday. So honestly, I don't even look to see what the matches are until I get to Wednesday or Thursday. Ad breaks are getting a bit excessive. James said you missed a couple of super chats. Thank you, James. Thomas said, what would you think about Rhea and Ray teaming up at Bad Bloods to face Liv and Dom so that Priest could take on Balor? I would be all right with that, to be honest, but I wouldn't mind that. I think that that would be quite interesting, but that's not what the rumors are as to the direction that we're going. But yeah, I really wouldn't mind that at all. And you missed my last super chat. So, Thomas, shout out to you. So yeah, Rhea and Ray would be good, and as you said, then you could do Damian Finn. I suppose the only thing is, I think they are trying to stretch it a little bit more than that, rather than just do everything at Bash in Berlin. Like, I could see Damian Finn being at Bad Bloods. I could see Rhea and Liv being at Bad Bloods. So in order to get to Bad Blood for those singles matches, you kind of need to find a way of getting through Bash in Berlin, really. Bash in Berlin, it's it's a bit of a shame. That is going to be a card that's going to just wet the whistle, I think, for Bad Bloods. I think Bad Blood is going to be the bigger show. I think Bash in Berlin is just going to be kind of like Fastlane, you know? If Bad Blood is WrestleMania, then Bash in Berlin is Fastlane. I still think there'll be plenty on that card. Don't get me wrong. It's still going to be a good time. But I think Bad Blood is where they're going to look to do the big matches. So it does mean that like we got to get through Bash in Berlin. So that's why you might want to not try and do Damian Finn. You might actually want to try and find a way of not doing Damian Finn. But if you wanted to do it, then yeah, that'd be a good way of doing it. But Justin Gonzalez, shout out to you, my friends. Daze, did you see during Final Testament the old man had an X on his forehead, just like Dexter? I did. I don't think that was for Dexter, to be honest. I think that it was for Kevin Sullivan. Kevin Sullivan was a wrestler that sadly passed away. And he's like a legend, you know, he was massive in Florida. And I think that Paul Ellering like was good friends with him. And he used to do that. We've had a lot of conversations about the X. The X seems to connect with like Charles Manson, seems to connect with Rob Zombie. I think Charles Manson doing it then led to like heels doing it in wrestling like Kevin Sullivan. And I just think it's kind of become a bit synonymous really with like some darker elements. And so I think that's why Dexter does it. But I think the reason as to why Paul Ellering did it wasn't anything to do with the Wyatt Sicks. I think it was Kevin Sullivan. Could be wrong, of course, but you know, he hasn't done it before, and now all of a sudden he's doing it just a few days after Kevin Sullivan has passed away. Makes me think it's that. Right. Okay, we've got Tozawa battling away. Kevin Sullivan had something to do with the Benoit conspiracy, says Tay. Well, I don't think there's much conspiracy, to be honest. I mean, all the evidence seems to suggest that it's a open, closed case, you know? There's one of those where people are thinking that, like, I think, to be honest, people just can't believe that he would do it. And so this is where there's kind of a talk about, like, could he have been framed? But there's nothing to kind of hang your hat on. All the evidence and everything kind of points towards what happened. So I'm not aware that there is a conspiracy. Let's put it that way. I think that it's just people just cannot believe it to be true. Because it is so hard to believe, isn't it? Here we go. Caterpillar time. Caterpillar time. 1, 2. Oof, makes the save. There were rumors that Randy and Punk would be involved in a segment tonight. I could see it happening if Drew interrupts Randy's segments, which might be because of what he said earlier, says Brony. Batman Big Fan said, would you want CM Punk to win a world championship before he retires? Yes, I would. Do you miss Sunday pay-per-view, said Joe. I personally do. Because I'm selfish, and there's plenty of like cage fighting and plenty of boxing for us to get our teeth into on a Saturday, so then we could do the wrestling on a Sunday. If we do the wrestling on a Saturday, then we can't do those other things, and then there's nothing on a Sunday. Sunday's just a quiet day, so for me it's better if it's on a Sunday, but for many others it's better that it's on a Saturday. Boom, straight over. Hurricanrana, kick to the midsection by Tozawa. Duck underneath there by Julie. Lovely kick there by Tozawa. Tozawa looking to go against the ropes. Boom! Wow! That was amazing. He kind of jumped through the ropes, but didn't really go anywhere. I don't even know how he did that. He jumped, and I was expecting him to fly, but he just sort of hung in the air. Shot coming in there by Brutus. Another big shot coming in there by Otis. Boom. Oh, my God. We had a multi-person spot as Tozawa comes down. Crowd are really into this, you know. Loads of big spots in this. Maxine is cheering away. I really don't feel like the Creed should be struggling this much. But the crowd are really into it. That was a big spot in the corner. There was like an electric chair. It was like an electric chair which went into, I believe, a suplex. It's just carnage, man. There's just bodies and things happening everywhere. Right now we got Otis and we've got Tozawa getting up to their feet. Oh, Ivy Nile! Ivy attacks Maxine! Ivy attacks Maxine! Yes, mess her up. Mess her up! Picking up Maxine. Oh, planting her on the commentary table. Mess her up, Ivy. Yes. Look at this Dragon Sleeper applied by Ivy. Ivy staring over at Otis. My God, man, she's going to snap her head off. Roll up there to Tozawa. 1, 2, 3, and it's a win for American Mate. Ivy looks brutal. That was brutal. Let's go. Let's go. That was sick. That was sick from Ivy. She looked like a bad motherfudger. So, crowd are chanting, you suck. Ivy does not care. Oh, hello, little bit of a diamond mine mention. Someone's got to get help out here, says Michael Cole. Yeah, she got all kinds of messed up, man. She got all kinds of messed up. We're just focused on the commentator. I hope everything's okay. We're awaiting help from... Okay, there is a doctor. I thought she was just on the table like... I thought, Michael, do something, Michael. Michael, are you not first aid trained, Michael? Michael! Michael! Oh, God, that was so satisfying. I really enjoyed that. I am having such a lovely time. There was a sign in the crowd that says Gunther dates my grandma. That's breaking news, actually. That is, we got some breaking news there. Okay, now we've got an interview with Peter. Peter Dunne. If he was really all about the boys and he really had the brutes under his wing, then where's Ridge? What happened to him? Yeah. Don't say that name. I never want to hear that name again. For 2 years, I had to swallow my pride. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That poor man. What he's been through. How could anyone look at him as a heel? Think of everything that poor man has been through. He should have messed her up. He should have messed her up. She said butch, and he needs to send a message that just will not be tolerated. Should have messed her up. Did you see how Dexter is buff? He looks like he wants to fight Chad, said Yoltz. Oh, he's just buff, isn't he? He looks good. Looks really good. Scottish Nightmare says, butch, butch, butch. You're asking for trouble, mate. That's 3 beatings coming your way. I'm going to tell him. I'm going to send him a message right now and let him know about the disrespect you've just shown. These specials like Castle and Bash and Saudi are just like live house shows, but they're just bigger for TV. My concern is I think that Bad Blood is going to be treated as a big show, but just in an arena. But I've said before, there's no other stadium shows. So, you know, I know Survivor Series is a big deal. But I don't know, I do look at the rest of the year now and I'm like... I mean, I'm sure it's going to be good, but what are we working towards? Are we working towards Survivor Series? I mean, that's cool, but it's in an arena, you know. It's not the same as being in a stadium. I do think they'll try and make some out of Bad Bloods, but that's why, you know, Bash in Berlin's probably going to be very much a B show. Bad Blood will be an A- show, B+ show. Survivor Series will be an A show, maybe A-, probably an A. But yeah, there is no SummerSlam. There's no SummerSlam, there's no Rumble, there's no WrestleMania or anything. I do feel like that's missing from the end of the year. I know why Pete's always angry. He's a brummie. I would be too. Well, not only he's a brummie that's out away from Birmingham, so you know. He has to go to places that are not as good. Think about that. I mean, he's in, where is he? Texas. You know, he could be in the West Midlands, couldn't he? Could be in Birmingham, so I'd be upset as well. WrestleLandy said, Bushwhacker Butch is rolling over in his grave. Bro, that's not Paris. It is Spain, WTF. People are saying that he was in Spain. Congreso de los Diputados. I don't know that that's not in France still, though. That could be the flipping Spanish consulate, couldn't it? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's one of those where you could be like, haha, he said he was in France, but he's in Spain. And then it turns out he's actually in France. Don't know. Right. No way. Wyatt Sicks is ridiculous. No, Wyatt Sicks is ridiculous, says Dylan. I'm about to leave Monday Night Raw because I thought the Wyatt Sicks was about to come out, said Savannah. Well, they could still come out, couldn't they? I would not abandon her. Oh, wow. Do you know, I can't believe we're that far into the show. I thought we were about 40, 50 minutes in. It's been an hour and 20. Wow. Do you think Sami Bron will cook? I do, actually, yeah, I do. I think their match at SummerSlam was a bit disappointing, you know, to say the least. I think it was a bit disappointing, but I do think that they should now be able to deliver something really good. They've got the time. 2 out of 3 falls. Right. Anna said, there is nothing wrong with the West Midlands. Wow, the disrespect. Listen, I just flew the flag, mate. I was flying the flag. Right, we are looking at the Uber Arena. If you call it, does it come to you? Nah, it's an arena, silly. It stays where it is. What's this? Raw physics. What the hell's this? Ah, Big Bronson Reed. Big Bronson Reeds. Dates, the new Obafemi rookie cards have hit eBay from Prism. Do you think they'll do they take off rookie cards for wrestling? Is that a thing? I don't know. I don't really collect the rookie cards. I probably should. I've got lots of autograph cards. Quite behind on that, though, to be honest. There's lots that I need again. I mean, there's always lots that I need, of course, because there's been thousands of wrestlers, but I'd kind of got to a point where I'd got a lot of the ones I was looking for. But now, I don't have a Trick Williams. You know, I haven't even got a Trick Williams. Lone Star, I don't even think I've got a Bronson Reed. Mitchell, shout out to you. Who knew Bash in Berlin was in Berlin, Germany, said Corey. Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. I thought it was going to be Berlin, Australia. Wyatt Sicks was not advertised for the show, says Willow. Daze, are you a fan out of 2 out of 3 Falls matches? I don't mind them, to be honest, as long as the feud warrants them, you know? It's not something that I would like be desperate for, but if it's a good feud and like they hate each other, you know, then I think it is pretty good because you might get some outside interference which decides the fall, but hopefully we get the rightful winner if it's 2 out of 3. Yeah, look, Big Bronson talking to Adam Pearce. I'm going to give you a second chance. Find me an opponent tonight, or I'll find my next victim. Do that guy in the crowd that was thinking that he could have fun with Obafemi, go after him. Nah, he was fine, really, but I like goofing. I'm a goof. Okay, coming up next. Look at that mullet. Oh, hello, Damage Control. No Dakota. Damage Control changed this business. Damage Control controls the future. Even now that we've been cut in half, Damage Control is still the most dominant force in the history of women's division. Oh, she's talking English? Oh, she's not now. Sometimes she does and sometimes she doesn't. You seem to be confused. Let's make it simple. What you did to Dakota will be repaid tenfolds. You took something from us. And for that, we're going to take something from you. We're going to take away your dreams. I might settle down with the Japanese girl, you know. They do seem lovely, don't they? They do seem lovely. I might have to, like, dress up as a Pokemon or something. I'm not sure, but I'd be willing to do that. I'd be willing to do that. The Pure... Is that their name? The Pure Fusion Collective. The Pure Fusion Collective. Is this a science experiment? What's this? Pure Fusion Collective. That sounds like when you get a group of scientists together. Hello. What's your team name? We are known as the Pure Fusion Collective. Oh. You sound fun. Jesus. Did you have to bring the Bunsen burners or? Yes, actually. We're doing an experiment right now. Okay. Are you drinking beer? No, just water for us, please. Just water for us. I think you'll find that the Pure Fusion Collective don't drink alcohol. Do you remember earlier I was saying about, like, Street trash, cool merch, cool graphics. I don't know what you're getting out of Pure Fusion Collective. I don't know what you're getting out of that. I mean, in my mind, I'm looking at the shirts. I'm seeing Bunsen burners. I'm seeing beakers. I'm seeing white lab coats. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. That one's a struggle. Oh, but the IWC will love that one, won't they? Eh? Oh, I really like Pure Fusion Collective. The Collective would be a better name. Yeah, The Collective would be a better name. I agree with that. The Collective. Pure Fusion. Is Fusion in it? I think Fusion. Makes me think of flipping the Super Hydron Collider. That would have been a better name. We're the Super Hydron Collider. Let's go. Yeah, Fusion. Fusion makes me think science. Oh, what if we get an education whilst we're watching them? What if they're going to teach us things? I'm not here to learn. I'm here to look at girls and think, yeah, I could have a Japanese girlfriend. That's what I'm here for. Not Fusion. The Collective is already taken by GC Dub, says James. Yeah, but no one watches that, do they? So we could have it. You would know. No one would know. We'll just have it. Done. James, I'm pretty sure only you would notice. Do you know what I mean? Just promise to not say anything. That's it. Done. Jim said Sonia's group is the 4 horsewomen. That's what they should have been. The 4 horsewomen. Well, there's 3. Is there? There's 3, isn't there? Is there? There's 3? 3 horsewomen? Or you could call them the 4 horsewomen, and then it could be pointed out there's only 3, and then they just threaten to hurt you, and you'd be like, no, okay, cool, it's cool. There's 4. There's 4. There's 4. Commercial break. We are at commercial. Even that would be a good name. Commercial break. That would be my finishing move. Here's Daze with the commercial break. I feel like it would be a stretch muffler that I just don't let go of. So the leg goes around the head. And then you're like, and they're tapping. And the crowd are going, commercial break, commercial break, commercial break. And I'm like, yeah, adverts, adverts, adverts. Oh, that'd be good. Because every time you go to a commercial break and people go commercial break, they're saying your finishing move and they might think of you. WWE, are you watching? Are you watching? Have it. Have it. Oh, and you can have Collective as well. Apparently there's something in GCW, but you can have that as well. Fly, my beauty. God, we're wasted here, aren't we, kids? We're wasted. Look at all the good ideas that we come up with. Right, Wrestling Fan said, I've been a member for 4 months. Wrestling Fan, shout out to you, my friends. Look at that, you get an applause. I don't know what you get after 5 months. I think I come round and give you a kiss. What do we think about AEW Wembley, said WWE's biggest fan. Well, what do I think about you apparently calling yourself WWE's biggest fan? Huh? How do you think that makes the rest of us feel? Is that a title that you're going to defend? Didn't think about that, did you? Hey? When you selected that as your profile name, you just thought, oh, this is pretty fun. But you didn't think about how it made us feel, did you? You didn't think about that. Going around calling yourself WWE's biggest fan. And then asking a question about AEW. How big of a WWE fan are you? If you're asking about AEW. Would WWE's biggest fan be watching AEW? Think about that. Eh? Would WWE's biggest fan have time to watch AEW? Is there not enough WWE content you should be watching? What about all the old WWE content? Have you seen everything, have you? Have you watched everything on the network? What about the stuff not on the network? What about, like, Showdown at Shea Stadium? Bruno against Larry Zbyszko? I think it looks like an all-right card, actually. I don't mind the look of it. I'm quite into Toni Storm against Mariah May. And I think that Bryan Danielson's going to win. I think Bryan Danielson's going to win, and I think he's going to have a little run with the title because he's making lots of noise about I'm ready to retire, blah, 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 blah. And in all fairness, it might be a way of just letting us know I'm definitely done. Like, please watch this match because I am done after this. It could be that. But I also do wonder if it's a way of kind of throwing us off the scent. Like, we're expecting him to retire and then he doesn't because he wins the title, you know? Candice Michelle's in the crowd. That's pretty crazy, isn't it? That's pretty crazy. Thomas said, Days of Your Life should be your finishing move. Yeah, yeah. Well, then someone else can have commercial break then, can't they? Carl and Dawn said, Daisy's punch drunk. Oh, honestly, I think it's when wrestling fans said they'd been a member for 4 months. It just pushed me over the edge. I just got all kinds of giddy. Is it just me, or is this taking for ages? Honestly, I feel like I've been waiting for this match to start all night. Here they are, look, here's the Pure Fusion Collective. Yeah! PFC! 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 Love it. It's like KFC, but better. PFC! PFC! Yeah, man, you should try their chicken wings. They are delish. Damage Control against the PFC, the Pure Fusion Collective. Daze has been drinking that Pure Fusion Collective whiskey. I wonder what their merch is going to look like. I wonder what they are going to do with that name. Pure Fusion Collective. I wonder if they will shorten it to PFC. I mean, if you do shorten it to PFC, it's a little bit like, you know, Hunter Hearst Helmsley, and then you just shorten it to Triple H, and that's a lot cooler. I wonder if they do shorten it to PFC. I don't know. I don't know what you do with it. The PFC attacked Dakota last Monday, says a wrestling fan. They should come out doing the fusion pose from Dragon Ball. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, but I would like to see that, to be honest. I would definitely have them do that, yes. Right. Oh, hello. David said, from the bow tape, freedom from the pit. We're talking about a pit now, question mark, not the cave. And the Harper mask. What if Rowan's mask could be war backwards? Freedom from the pit was the words on the screen. Jordan said in the Bo promo you could hear Braun Strowman's voice in the background. Could you? Could you? Could you though? Could you? I feel like the Wyatt Sicks video tonight is going to be quite interesting. Because I am being tagged in quite a few interesting bits. I really like what was said earlier, though, by Travis. Apparently, some of the wording that was used is the same wording that Alexa used. If Travis is around, Travis McIntyre, what? Have we got any specifics there? Because that did not strike me. But that's very interesting. Could it be Alexa, possibly the Fiend? Remember Bray said that he and Alexa will always be connected. Well, it could be. Could be either, couldn't it? To me, more doors is more characters come in, new or old. Joey said, this is getting old. It's not really going anywhere. I know that people won't like this. It's just what I think. That's all right. I like it. I like it, but that's because I think we've got something that we can speculate about again, something we can get our teeth into again. Trini, Pure Athlete Collective sounds better. Oh, the Pure Athlete Collective, that does sound better. The Pure Athlete Collective, that does sound better. Oh, ping them an email. Perhaps there's still time to change it. That does sound better, the Pure Athlete Collective. Pack. And they could be known as the Super Pack. Isn't that a thing in America? Super Pack. So they could be the Super Pure Athlete Collective. The Super Pack. And in my mind, someone would put a picture of Pac from AEW, and then they would put a picture of Super Pac. So this is normal. This is him leveled up. Love that. Honestly, it's just such a waste, isn't it? Such a waste. I feel like we say all these great things. They go out into the world. That was great by Trini. It goes out into the world and just dies. And that's it. They should have someone at WWE that just sits and watches these streams and just harvests all of your ideas. Can we call them pure fried chicken, says Mitchell. We can call them whatever you want, but whatever you want. The Primal Fighting Cocks, says William. Isn't that our tag team name, William? That's what we're called, isn't it? Isn't that us? The Primal Fighting Cocks. And, like, we just stand like that back to back, don't we, in the entranceway? Do a bit of that. We've got Red Rooster vibes, because otherwise you just won't get away with that name. You know, you've got to think PG. And we've got tassels. I definitely want tassels. Just loads of everywhere tassels. Tassels everywhere. And we do that back to back. Primal fighting and cocks is in like really big wording. Massive words. In fact, it's just like really big. Takes up half the screen. Primal fighting is really small. Tiny. Tiny text. Cocks is just massive. Massive cocks. Massive cocks. And we're there with all the tassels back to back. Like, yeah, ready to go. Really funky 80s kind of music as well. Dun 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 dun. And we like, yeah. High five, dun 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 dun. Yeah, and all the while just massive cocks on the screen. How many great ideas are we going to have tonight that just go nowhere? Eh? It's actually unfair. I feel like this is some form of child abuse. Because we're coming up with all these ideas and they just fall on deaf ears, don't they? Right, we've got EO in the ring and the crowd are all kinds of fired up. EO charging over. Double knees! Double knees going for the cover. 1, 2. Oh, excellent work by that Fusion lady. Zoey Fusion lady. Liam said, Daze, can you come to Clacton on Sea so that I can meet you again? I can show you a good time. That's a bit weird after I just spoke about massive cocks, isn't it, really? Tag being made. In comes Shayna. You ain't WWE's biggest fan if you've only watched since 2005. Yeah. Yeah, how dare you be young. If you was a bigger fan, you would have been born earlier. Zoey to the outside. This show has been mid, said Puff Dutch. Well, it's flown, to be honest. It is absolutely flown. It feels like 5 minutes ago we had Rhea out there. Is that just me? Or does it really feel like 5 minutes ago Rhea was out there with Damian? I mean, it's been an hour and 40-odd minutes. Oh, wow. Is that a shoulder breaker? EO going over. Zoey is down. EO going up. She's perched. Sonya's jumped up there. Shayna. Oh, Kairi Sane getting involved. There's all kinds of act. Oh, spinning back fist. That was moody. Kick coming in. Oh, drop kick. Zoey goes down. Pure Fusion. Such a long name. Pure Fusion Collective. Whoa! Alba Fire just got hit. Is that going to bring them into it? So we've got the tag champs on the outsides. Here's Sky. EO going up. Perched. Moonsault. Boom. Connects. 1, 2. Oh, look. And she does get involved. Alba Fire, Isla Dawn. Why didn't they just leave it for a second? Then we could have had a winner. Why didn't they just leave it for a second? Now it's probably going to be a triple threat in it. And they've only got themselves to blame. You couldn't have waited for a moment, eh? Oof. Okay, so Isla and Alba get involved. And I don't know what the result is of that. Like, I don't know. Is it a win for Damage Control by DQ, or will it be deemed a no contest? Oh. I don't think it does much for the women's division. There's the Miz. What's up with the Miz? There's R-Truth. What's up with these crazy kids? Are you upset that you lost to the Rock and Roll Express? Check this out. I'm going to talk to Van Pierce. Ooh, IC title match. I got you a match with Bron, but it was Bronson. Isn't this the guy that killed Seth? Yes. My bad. You got this. Go get him. Do you think he's got a chance? Come on. Come on. Be serious. He doesn't stand a chance. That was good by Randy. That was good. That was a fun backstage. You know, sometimes those R-Truth moments can be a bit samey. Can be a little bit like, oh yeah, it's in this. He's going to get confused. But that was a good one. It was a good one because of the consequence. I mean, getting Bron Breakker confused with Bronson Reed just a week after what Bronson Reed had done, you know? That was quite good. Truth never fails to make me laugh, said Ice Wizards. Daze, what's in the air? Is it a plane? Is it a balloon? No, it's the halftime song. Oh, go on then. Go on then. WWE biggest fan said, okay, I'm going to change my username. No, you don't have to. We're only joking. We're only joking. And who knows? Maybe you are. Maybe you are. Maybe you are WWE's biggest fan. Maybe none of us. Maybe none of us count. I can't help it. I'm a troll.
Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
There we go. I was distracted because James just pointed out that Nikki had tweeted, so I was just having a look at it. She just tweeted out a picture of some pyramids from the TV screen. Can I just tell you something that I was looking at there? Here, look. I was just looking. First of all, I was like, is that a bird? I know it's the pyramid up and bottom, but that does look a bit like a beak with a couple of eyes. I was looking at it. I was like, is that a bird? Are they trying to use the pyramids and everything as a bird? But then I was thinking, well, actually looking at this, you've got like maybe the pyramid of what we see. So, you know, we see the pyramid at the top, yeah? But is there another underworld that's similar to our world, but maybe darker, and that's the pyramid at the bottom? If so, is this a way of communicating that there is our world and another world? It's very interesting that it's upside down, you know? It does make me just look at it and go, is that a communication of like a parallel universe, an underworld, something that's running alongside our reality? And if so, is that kind of teasing the arrival of someone from that world, be it the Fiend, be it Alexa? That's where my head's at when I look at that image. My first thought was bird. Looks like a bird. And then I was like, does it actually more represent... Does it actually more represent an underworld?
Scores, everybody,
oh my god, why am I singing again? Right, we have got lots of different scores. I can see Batman Big Fan with a 7. And we've got By the Bonfire with a 5. WWE Biggest Fan with a 4. WWE's big... Hang on! the biggest fan of WWE, the biggest, has watched this show and scored it a 4. Critical. WWE's biggest fan is very knows what they like, knows what they, and seemingly it's not WWE, not this week. The biggest fan. Oh, please don't change your name. I'm having too much fun with it. Don't change your name. I'm only joking, but I do love the fact you gave it a 4. Spike 5.5. Charles said, WWE fan, you better not change your name. And then there was other scores as well, but we don't have time for that because Randy's making his way out. Right. 66 good, 15% great, 9% bad, 8% all time. That last match, good, 91. Let's go. Let's flip in. Go. Now it'll go up, said WWE biggest fan, because of Randy. Let's go. Randy Orton making his way down to the ring. They talk to me. They talk to me. Yeah. After all the stuff with Vince, says Liam, more weird stuff's coming out about the McMahon family. I watched a really old interview with Shane, who said Steph and cute puppies whilst looking at her chest. Shane said that about Steph, that she had cute puppies. I mean, she did. You know, I don't know. I mean, I know it's his sister, but I mean, she did. I don't know. We're not allowed to say things like that anymore. I'll be cancelled. I'll be cancelled. Is that what you want? Is that what you're trying to do? Is that what you're trying to do? No wonder I ignore you in the unseens, Liam. No wonder I ignore you in the unseens. Talk to me. Lovely. Daze is uncancelable, said I don't know about that, but we have tried our hardest for about 5 years. Richard Jr. said there should be a triple threat match between the Unholy Union versus Zoey Stark and Shayna versus Damage Control at Bash in Berlin. I think there will be. Yeah. I think there will be, but I think that probably does set that up. I think you are what is known in the industry as correct. And what we've got in the ring right now is what's known in the industry as a flipping legend, Randy Orton. Let's see what he's got to say. Randy. How you doing, Austin, Texas? "20 years ago this month, he won the world title for the very first time. I became the youngest champion in history on that night. He said history will repeat itself. It is true, he is going to be going after that championship. Oh, here he comes. The Hein General. Gunther. Gunther. Yeah, man. Let's go. This match should bang. Do we think Bray will be inducted next year? Said Aero. Yeah, I think there's a good chance of it. If not, it's okay. I'm not in a rush, to be honest. I know a lot of people will be. But to me, I just think do it when the family's ready. I think it was right to not do it this year because they put in his dad and his uncle. We obviously had the documentary. And by not putting him in this year, it means we can do it next year when we won't have the documentary and we won't have his dad and his uncle going in the Hall of Fame. So you could do it next year, or, you know, I mean, maybe the Wyatt Sicks are going to do some at WrestleMania. Maybe there'll be some at Bray there next year. I kind of feel like Bray going in, you could do it in a couple of years. I mean, You could do it next year. You could do it in a couple of years. Do it in 3 years. I don't feel like there's a rush. I suppose it would be nice to put him in whilst his dad is with us, you know. But his dad's, you know, hopefully still got many years left to go. So I'm personally not in a rush. Yeah, he's bona fide going in. I would like to do it in a year where we don't have some at Bray already, you know, so that we keep his name being mentioned. I would like that more, I think. That's why I was totally fine with it not being this year. So yeah, next year, but if not, no, fine. I'm pretty cool about it. He'll go in. Okay, so Gunther in the ring. Gunther. RKO. Loud RKO chants. Let's be honest. You should be the greatest. Gunther's cooking. Unlimited potential. You took all of that and you wasted it. You should be the greatest. You better look at me. This is a new era. I love how Gunther is not bothered by Randy at all. In my era, there is no room for people that waste their potential. In my era, you will not play a role anymore. I never claimed to be perfect. I've made mistakes. I've owned up to those mistakes. I've changed course. Maybe you forgot who you were talking to. This is good. This is good. Let me remind you who you're talking to. Corey said, I hate being ignored. What's going on, Corey? You say. Bit of passion. Look at the smile on Gunther's face. He's loving it. I've done it my way. Oh, is he going to break out into song? And now the end is near. Yeah, this is great from Randy. I've got a smoke show of a wife waiting for me. I'm a 14, soon to be 15 time world champion. I appreciate your opinion, but I think I've done pretty damn good. That is great. Even Gunther can't help but smile. USA chants? USA chants? Oh my god, we found a new Captain America. We're going to have the Randy Express. I think you're very predictable. Prediction number 1, I'm going to give you the beating of your lifetime. Look at Randy laughing. Because of that, you will never be World Heavyweight Champion again. Let's be honest, when it really matters, you always screw it up. Where are we going? Your grandfather, oh, was a screw up. Oh, Gunther. Oh, your father was a screw up. Oh my God. Oh my. And you, Randy, you're the big. Look at him. He's like your grandfather, your father, and you are all screw ups. Oh, you can see the veins in his head throbbing. Drew is coming out. Look at the size of Randy's head compared to Gunther. Gunther's head is quite small. Gunther is, I think, a touch taller. Oh, don't know. Randy just stood up straight. I don't know anymore. It might be Randy that's a... Oh, they're about the same, aren't they? Certainly Randy's bigger. Certainly Randy's bigger. The fact that Randy didn't do anything after those comments, I think, really puts Gunther over. Because... Oh, now he turns around. Now Randy goes, RKO! RKO! Gunther turned around. He was distracted by Drew. RKO by Randy. He grabs the championship. Oh, Punk! 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 Punk attacking McIntyre. Oh, headbutt there by Drew. Punk goes down. Oh my God, what's he going to do? He's taking his pants off. He's taking his pants off. Oh no, just the belt. Just the belt. Oh, he goes to whip Punk. Ooh, ooh, what are those? Those are horrible shots. Ooh. Ah. Ah. That was, these aren't. Oh my God. Punk whipping Drew. Duck underneath. Clothesline with the belt. Right to the throat. Oh, and he's whipping him. He's whipping him. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Look at him. Ah, that's going to hurt. All of that's going to hurt. That poor guy in the front. Look at that boomer. Look at that boomer. Looks like Anderson Cooper. Like, cowering, as he should. CM Punk swinging about around. Anderson Cooper in the front row is like... CM Punk, let's go. Is whipping him like a government mule, said Floris Gump. Oh, the personality. Right, we're backstage with Sheamus. Seems to have a lot of resentment towards the name Butch. Yeah. I don't understand why Pete Dunne's got so much beef with me. It's because you called him Butch. Dunne. No, you called him Butch. That's pretty much it. That's it. What's this? Ah. Here's Ludwig. Don't make the mistake of believing this is over, said Ludwig. This is far from over. If you want to go, oh, there, oh, wow, Pete Dunne from behind. Ludwig and Butch sort of like working together is a bit strange, although they're not really. They just sort of confronted each other and they were like, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Big dub, the score is 7.5 now, said WWE biggest fan. Wow, shut up. Sheamus down. Quiet on the set, please. Quiet on the set. Please be quiet on the set. Awesome. Okay, put Dunne in Imperium. Oh, that would be weird. Okay, Miz versus Bronson Reed. Okay. Who would you prefer to break Flair's 17 record, Cena or Orton? I think both, to be honest. I feel like Cena and Orton are WWE lifers. You know, they came into the business, they came through OVW, they came into WWE. Neither have left, although there wasn't really anywhere to go. TNA, but not going to happen, is it? AEW, but it's not going to happen, is it? So, maybe if WCW was still going, maybe Randy may have left at some point. I don't think John would. But I think, look, they're both pure 100% WWE superstars, 100% lifers, given everything to the company. I think they didn't leave and go to Hollywood, although Cena has in recent times, but not until he'd really run his career the distance, I think he sort of got to the point where he was starting to decline. And I think he comes back, pops back, and I kind of look at it and I'm like, if I had to choose between them, I would say Orton, because Orton didn't go to Hollywood at all. And I think that he's still here. He's still loving it. He's done a lot, hasn't he? A lot. I mean, that whole team with Riddle, he's done a lot in regards to working with people and being away from titles. I feel like he could have had more title runs, but we've used him for other stuff. And so if I had to pick one, I would pick Orton. But to be honest, I would not mind if when they both retire, they're both ahead of Ric Flair. I love Ric Flair. He's an absolute legend. He's going to be classed as maybe the greatest of all time. I don't think you're classed as the greatest of all time just on how many title reigns you've had. It's not that simple, is it? We don't go, right, Ric Flair's the best because he's had 16 title reigns, then Cena's at 2. Do you know what I mean? Stone Cold's nowhere near the top of that list. But for many people, Stone Cold had the biggest impact on the business, sold more merch, more tickets, had a massive impact, Attitude Era. For many people, Stone Cold's right up there. He ain't nowhere near 16 title reigns. So it doesn't matter, really. It's a nice record to have. And I would say Ric Flair had it. And so why not now give it someone else? Why not have Cena and Orton, when they retire, both retire on 17 and both retire on being just that one step above Ric Flair? So Ric Flair on 16, have Cena and Orton both retire on 17. And then, I don't know who that next person will be. I don't think there's anyone close, to be honest, that's active. So, I don't know when we break it. I'm sure we will at some point. But I don't know who it'll end up being. Charlotte. If the women's one counts. I mean, there's no mid-card title for the women's, It's not even that big of a division, so it wasn't that hard to win it. So I don't know. It could be Charlotte, but that gets like 18 or whatever. But there'll be a big asterisk next to that, wouldn't there? But Orton has starred in 5 movies, said Justin. Yeah, but you can't say that he went off to Hollywood, can you? You know, he might have gone and done the odd thing here or there. I mean, The Miz has been in how many films? Doing Marine and stuff like that. But, I mean, it's not the same as, like, going away from WWE to try and make it in Hollywood, going off and do the odd little bit here and there, so... I don't class that as him stepping away from wrestling. I mean, he has been about as active as you would want someone to be. I mean, his biggest absence recently was like a year and a half due to injury. And, you know, he would have wrestled had he have been able to. He's just signed another contract for 5 years. They've gone 5. Apparently he wanted 10. So, I mean, his commitment is just not in question. His commitment is, you know, he's WWE through and through. And I sort of feel like that should be rewarded. And it has been in many ways. You know, he's had some amazing contracts and he's made millions and millions and he's had a great life. But it would be nice for him to get around that record, wouldn't it? I don't think anyone would really complain with that. Ric Flair would. I wouldn't. Okay, here's CM Punk. Who is that? Someone just stormed in the background. It was mentioned you had travel issues. Yeah. I told a little white lie, said CM Punk. Drew could give the Olympics a go. How quickly he ran from me. Oh, God, this stupid bracelet. Drew can keep the break. Good. It's the names that's on the bracelet. Well, other people have got those names. You can't go attacking AJ Styles just because he's got AJ. You know, there's Larry the Cable Guy. You can't go attacking Larry the Cable Guy. Other people have those names. Glasgow. I went to Glasgow. My Scottish friends, how do you feel about how do you feel about Glasgow? Oh, the stupid bracelet. I figured out. I think I figured out a way to make everybody happy. Free pancakes. Free pancakes. That'll do it. That'll make everyone happy. Right. That was Gunther. Was it Gunther running in the background? Strap match. Yeah. I don't think that's what people are after. They're after Hell in a Cell, weren't they? That's what the streets were saying. R-Truth is giving The Miz some words of advice. There is Mark and Jacob Henry. Jacob. He is part of Next in Line and more than likely to be in WWE one day. Here's Big Bronson Reigns. CM Punk against Drew in a strap match. I think so. Kian said, bracelet. Daze, is Dakota Kai out 8-10 weeks? Oh, is she, AB Jobson? She's out 8 to 10 weeks. I was listening to Tom Colohue. He was saying that the belief is that they don't think they're going to get much more out of Dakota. Unfortunately, they think that, you know, these injuries, her knee and everything is a little bit too fragile. And, you know, it might kind of have issues going forward. So I don't know. It's not good news, I don't think, for Dakota Kai fans. I don't know how much we're going to get out of her going forward. That's what was being reported. Bum, bum, bum. Daze, The Miz has been in WWE full-time for about as long as The Undertaker. Well, a lot of people have said he's had the better career, haven't they? Like, his wife, his mom, his dad, and that's about it, really. But, yeah, look, I think The Miz is someone that deserves a lot more respect than he gets. Bona fide Hall of Famer. Maybe a headliner. I think probably. And definite Hall of Fame. And I think probably a headliner. I think that he is someone that if you look at the amount of TV time that he has gobbled up, you know, that he has performed in, I mean, it is staggering. How many hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours? That'd be amazing. How many hours of WWE has The Miz been responsible for? I don't know. I mean, if you think a Miz match could be like 8-10 minutes, and you think about how many matches on TV he's had, and you think about Miz TV, and you just think about all the promos, backstage segments. I mean, he's been on TV, but he's also someone that really has not spent much time in catering. I mean, he gets used a lot. I'm not saying that it's all been good. I am definitely not saying that. But he is someone that has done what's been asked of him, you know. He don't write those segments. It's easy to forget that, isn't it? He don't write those segments. You can blame him, but he don't write them. He just performs them. And, you know, his character is meant to be a bit irritating. He's meant to be obnoxious. He's meant to be self-entitled. He's The Miz. He's awesome. He's meant to kind of wind you up. So I think if you kind of put all that to one side and you just go, wow, look at how much he's given us, how many talking points he's given us, how much TV time he's been responsible for. And even if it's not all been amazing, his contribution is immense, isn't it? It's immense what he has actually given to WWE and to the fans. And yeah. So, yeah, I mean, look, clearly no Undertaker, but he deserves more respect than he gets. Miz is a company guy. Who's your top 10, said Ice Wizards? Well, I don't know, to be honest. I mean, it's a very fluid list, isn't it? Because, I look at someone like Shawn, and I'm like, well, Shawn's definitely there. And I look at Undertaker, and he's definitely there. And I look at Brett, because of what Brett did in the ring. I wouldn't have Brett as, like, a lot of people have Brett as their number one, but I was more a Shawn guy. I'm really above both of them. I'm a Undertaker guy. So, you know, I'd be looking at that. And then, you know, you'd want to, like, have some women in there, because I really do enjoy watching the women compete. So someone like Asuka has given me a lot, watching her in NXT, and there's been a lot about, like, the main roster run that I've enjoyed, but I've also found it very frustrating. I think her main roster run has probably affected her standing in my mind. Her NXT run was incredible. I mean, she was so dominant, she was so cool. But yeah, her main roster run couldn't match that, unfortunately. So she's probably fallen a bit, but I've still got her up there as being one of my most favorite female wrestlers. Bayley, I've really enjoyed. I think Bayley might have been my favorite of the four horsewomen. I have preferred Bayley over Becky, over Charlotte, over Sasha. Bayley, I just think, has been really fun. I think she's good on the mic. I've enjoyed her matches. I think she loves the industry. I think she loves WWE. So, Eddie Guerrero, of course. I mean, Eddie was just, again, fun, wasn't he? So much fun. I don't know, it's hard because, like, I think back to the golden era. There's, like, the British Bulldog meant so much to me as a kid. Ultimate Warrior meant so much to me as a kid. It's very hard. Andre the Giant. Bruno. I love Bruno. I love Bruno. I've said before, like, the idea that there was someone that was as big as Hulk Hogan before Hulk Hogan was weird to me. It kind of, when I was watching, it felt like Hulk Hogan was the start of everything. Because really, you've got kind of WrestleMania 1, and then anything before WrestleMania 1, you never really saw footage of. You never really saw it, because there wasn't really much footage of it out there. And so it was only when the internet came along and you started to find stuff on YouTube and the network, you could see kind of a bit before WrestleMania 1. So the idea that there was a Hogan before Hogan, it's like, wow. And then you find out he was actually like 11 years as champion, and they loved him. And even when he lost the titles, they still wanted him to win it back. I mean, he was over on a level you just can't imagine. He was, imagine being champ for 11 years and they just still could not get enough of you. It's hard to imagine. It was a different time, of course. I mean, in this day and age, it wouldn't be the same. But back then, he was a god. He was a god. He was regarded as the best in a way that Muhammad Ali was, you know. Bruno was regarded as the king of the mountain, the top. The best, the greatest, and he was a good man as well, and you wanted him to win. And even though his matches were not like, you know, the greatest things in the world, I love him and his story and the way he carried himself, and the fact he had to hide in the mountains from the Nazis, you know. Love Bruno. Here's Big Bronson Reed, but back from commercial break. He's climbing up. Boom! Big splash! 1, 2, 3. Win for Big Bronson Reeds. That did not stick around very long, did it? Liam said, I just think it's unfair that you ignore me. I've been a fan since day one-ish. I met you. We had a great picture. Also, you did a stream for my birthday. I still love that stream. What can I say, Liam? I have turned heel. I mean, that is the truth. I've turned heel. When you met me, I was a face, but I'm a heel now. Okay, R-Truth is rolling. Oh, Miz out the way, but R-Truth gets splashed. Have you seen the new Simpsons Jax range? Yes and no. I saw the house, and I saw, boom, there was like a family pack, but I don't know if they've shown loads of other stuff. It's not Jax, is it? Is it Jax? There's a house that you can get that comes with Homer. I saw that ages ago. But I don't know if they showed more stuff off, like San Diego. I hope so. Okay, so R-Truth is down, but another one. Boom! Another splash by Big Bronson. Oh, they're going to keep going. Please move him out the way. You goofed it last week. Move him out the way. Don't do this again. Don't do this again. Move him. Move him. Oh, my God. Why are you so useless? Why are you so useless? Adam Pearce has got in. He's trying to step. Move him. Oh, my God. Finally, they drag him. Adam Pearce is pointing at Big Bronson Reeds. Big Bronson Reed. Ah! Yeah. Oh, it's not really satisfying doing that when you're a guy. Yeah. I mean, it hurts, but, you know, it's worth it. It's worth the pain. Big Bronson Reeds is already dead, said Phantom. Are we really doing this again, said Mitchell. Yeah. Oh, they've dragged him over the other side, so he's getting up the other. Yes! Go on! Boom! There's no escape! No escape! Wherever R-Truth is going to be, he's going to climb up and then splash him. Oh, Adam Pearce is absolutely livid. He is absolutely livid. He's got to have suspended him there. He's got to have suspended. I love the fact they dragged R-Truth away, so he just went up the other. Hey, That should be applauded. That is problem solving right there. That is really good problem solving. Move. I heard fine. I heard suspension. I do whatever I want. There was a sign in the crowd that said, I'm scared of Bronson Reed's. Yes! It's going back! It's going back! Yes! Do it! Do it! Mess him up! Make him humble! He's humble! That's what he is! Yes! Do it! If they're not gonna drag him away, if they're not gonna get him out the ring, just keep splashing him. It's their fault, not his fault. It's their fault. If I'm the insurance company, I've got some big questions like, why didn't you get him out the ring? Oh, dunno, because we're useless. Dunno. I hope he's splashing him again right now. Jabroni. Humble. These are his new names. So satisfying, isn't it? I mean, not for our truth. Not for our truth. Yeet. R.I.P. Squashed. Squashed. Let's go. Are you ready? All right, let's... Bronson is my goat, said B-Mess. Okay, is it commercial break? That was madness, said Batman Big Fat. It was fun. Bronson is my goat. Bronson is my spirit animal. Adam Pearce is a star in this segment. So, oh yeah. Let's all praise Adam Pearce, shall we? Did you not see what Bronson did? Eh? Did you not see what Bronson did? They dragged R-Truth away from the corner, right? And he was like, it's fine. I know how to solve this. So he went up the other corner and then he splashed him. And how have you reacted to that, LS Dub? You've gone, well done, Adam Pearce. Oh, Adam Pearce. Oh. What are you on about? Eh? What are you on about? Bronson Reed? Big man. Did you see what he was doing? Messing him up, mate. Messing him up. And you there go, oh, Adam Pearce there. No, he said it again. Honestly, some people. No, he was good. In all fairness. In all fairness, he was good. Right, we need to end this poll. Pierce looked like he was gonna die of stress. Yeah. Well, good, because he's got some questions to answer, hasn't he? Like, question 1, why are you so useless at your job? That would be my question. Hello, thanks for joining us. Sit down, Adam. Question 1, why are you so useless? How was you not able to get R-Truth out the ring immediately? Where was the stretcher? Where was the EMTs? Adam? General Manager Adam? You know Daze is serious when his voice goes squeaky high. Yeah. They've made Bronson Reed 100 times more interesting in the last 2 weeks than his entire WWE career so far, without saying a word and spamming his finisher. Really good. Really good. I agree. The presentation has been absolutely bang on. I've really enjoyed it. I've really enjoyed Oh my God. You're not going to believe You are not going to believe the picture I've just been sent. Oh my God. Wow. Do you know what? Sometimes you just see something and you just can't you just can't quite believe what you're seeing. I am going to show you, but you are not ready. You are not ready. What the flipping? King Kong Daisy. That's what that must be. King Kong Daisy. Imagine that against Hulk Hogan in a steel cage at WrestleMania 2. King Kong Daisy. Oh my God, I look like a thumb. I look like a thumb. Yes. Yes. Oh, I feel like we've reached a different level. I feel like this is like, I don't know what level we're on. I feel like we're on level 10, level 11, level 11. We're on level 11. Oh my God. Oh my God. You know, when you, oh God, when you start YouTube and you start at 0 subscribers and no views and no minutes of watch time, like everything is 0, and then you upload your first video, which for me was back in like 2016, January of 2016. You obviously don't know what the future's going to hold, and you upload and you put up your things and you know, start doing thumbnails and you start tailoring, maybe doing some toy hunts, whatever, right? At what point do you get to this? At what point in that journey do you get to the fact that Uncle Cooter has so kindly created this image, right? Which couldn't be less flattering if it tried, but is absolutely hilarious. I just feel like that this has to be a new level, doesn't it? This has to be a new level. A lot of people, they look at like the subscriber count and they're like, yeah, I've made 100,000. Oh, it's amazing. I look at this picture. I look at this picture and this to me is exactly the same as reaching 100,000. I look at this and I'm like, wow. The fact that someone would take their time to create this absolute masterpiece. Put it in the Louvre. Put it in the Louvre. Wow. 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 Okay, we got Liv. The most gorgeous man in the world. Oh, Damian. Backstabber Baszler. Not sure about that, mate. I'm not sure about. I'm not sure about Backstabber Baszler. I went to prison when I was younger, and my cellmate was called Backstabber Baszler. I've got a picture of me in prison, actually. There, just here. This is me. That was me in the yards. And I'm really pleased to say I dropped the weight. I put the work in and I dropped the weight. I look so happy. I'm so satisfied, honestly. I've got this inner zen. I feel like I'm like, this picture has centered me. Oh, I love it. I love it. I might make it my dating profile. Imagine making it your dating profile picture. In all fairness, if someone didn't swipe off it and they actually were interested, I wonder if they would be more or less satisfied when they met the real deal. In all fairness, if you've looked at this and you've gone, oh yeah, I fancy a piece of that. Oh, I fancy a piece of that right there. And then I rock up. I wonder if that would be a disappointment. Oh, it definitely would. But, oh my God. I mean, my face looks too big for my head in this picture. Do you know what I mean? My face looks too big. I'm better than that, surely. Surely. But then, if a young lady has decided this is the man for her, and then I show up. Oh, imagine a girl wanting that, and I show up and they're disappointed. Imagine that. Oh, I would never recover. I would never recover. My face is way more in proportion than this. Well, I say that. If I have a shave and take the beanie off, who knows? That might actually be what I look like. Who knows? Oh, God, I don't know. I just know I love it. I just know I love it. Right, here's Bron. Have we got any dogs barking in Austin? Yep. There does appear to be some dogs barking. Let's go. He's got good entrance music, hasn't he? Mr. Potato Daze can't hurt you, Mr. Potato Daze. He does look like Mr. Potato Head, doesn't he? You're right. You're right. Right. Bronson needs to get laid out by a returning Braun with the Wyatt Sicks to show him who the true monster is. Mayor Pete says this is a Death Rebel banger. Bron Breakker, I actually don't mind this. This is all right. I can't unsee that, says Trini. None of us can, Trini. None of us can. If you change the colour to yellow, you would be a minion. Okay, here is main event. We've only got 20 minutes left of this show. I can't believe it. Honestly, right now, I feel like we're at the halfway point. We're just chatting. We're having a bit of fun. We're gonna... 20 minutes, we're done. 20 minutes for a 2 out of 3 falls match. They ain't giving it much time, have they? They ain't giving it much time. Dr. Luchalala said, I'm going to cry myself to sleep after seeing that. Daze, to be fair, that was the face of someone that dropped the soap in a prison shower. What the... I don't know. He looks a bit happy about unless he wanted to do that, James. He looks a bit happy about it. I say him like it's someone else. It's me. Bron wins easy here, says Jojo. Mitchell said, is Bron about to squash Sami? He must do. I mean, it's got to be 2-0. Unless Sami gets a quick fall. Tony Khan said, looks like a terrifying thumb. No one is sleeping after seeing that. WWE biggest fan said, so does this mean that R-Truth will have the same time off as Seth? That's a good question. Yeah, I'd imagine they will write him off for a bit, yeah. He can be in the hospital bed next to Seth. Psychemy said, I think Liv Morgan's next feud for the World Women's Championship will be Alexa Bliss. Corey said, did we find out what Adam Pearce was saying the both of them meant? No, no, because I was too busy laughing. I didn't hear what he said. Daisy's entrance music has got to be the Oompa Loompa song, said Ian. Oompa Loompa Dumpity Doo. Oh God, you're right. It does feel like that, doesn't it? Oompa loompa dumpa dee doo. Here is the man looking for you. Oompa boop 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 boop. Or just Oompa music in general. Is that Oompa music? What is it when they blow into the jugs? I could just see him coming down. And he needs to be in dungarees. In my mind, he needs to be in dungarees. And he needs to drink moonshine. I love him. I love him. He does look like a boiled egg. Days be looking like evil purple El Macho from Despicable Me 2, said Spartan Major. I need that as a creator. Oh my god. Yeah, I need that as well. A creator wrestler in 2K24. Oh my god. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Let's go. Guys, Bronson Reed needs sorting out. Get him in there. Get him in there. King Kong Daisy. I'd come down with a big smile on my face exactly like this as well. Exactly like this. Yeah, you want to go, Big Bronson Reed? You want to go? Hey? Oh my god. So good. I wish this was my persona. You know, like how Bray had the Fiend. I wish I had the ability to turn into this guy. Imagine that. Do you want to see my secret? Oh, God. Right. So it is going to be a tag match. The graphic has been shown. Rhea Ripley and Damian Priest taking on Liv Morgan and Dirty Dominic Mysterio. So good. So good. Right, Daze, who is your favourite SmackDown Raw wrestlers? What, right now? Do you know what? Jacob really... I said this during Unseen. I think Jacob really is getting there. I just... When he comes out, I love watching him, like, just wreck shop. And people have been sending me loads of, like, MLW promos. Oh, he's so good. Is there one in the folder? Is there one in the folder? Oh, look, this is what we've got in the Unseen folder. There was... Maybe I'll put it... No. We didn't look at it already, did we? Did we look at it already? I've been sent a few. Perhaps I didn't put it in the folder. Perhaps I meant to, but I didn't. Did I retweet it? Oh, I did. I retweeted it. For some reason, I didn't put it in a folder. This, oh man, 38 seconds long, this Jacob Fatu promo. So good. Retweeted it about 11 hours ago or so. Oh, so good. So, honestly, I mean, I don't know that Jacob's quite there at the moment. You know, for SmackDown, it'd probably be Roman. Obviously, I love Gunther, I love Sami, I love Ilya. I mean, that's my holy trinity. You know, like how we've got the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. I've got Gunther, Ilya, and Sami. I don't know which one's which. I feel like Father would be Gunther. Would he? I don't know. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. I feel like Elia's the son. Gunther's the father, and is Sami the Holy Spirit? Don't know. That's my Holy Trinity anyway. Boom! And, but yeah, I'm loving Jacob, man. So good. Kick out there by Bron. Daze, what would be your thoughts if Roman and Solo faced at Bash in Berlin? My thoughts would be, didn't think they'd do this here. Those would be my thought. Oh, I thought they'd save this for like WrestleMania. Yeah, I mean, like, if we did it, I've got to think that Solo would find a way of like getting a win by count out, DQ, or something. I mean, just having Roman beat Solo. I don't know, where'd you go from there? I mean, look, the streets are saying that's not what we're going to get. But, yeah, I wouldn't be expecting that at the moment. It's probably going to be something stupid in it, like DQ win for Roman because, I don't know, Hikuleo arrives. Boom, Haluva there by Sami. Bron goes down. And he collapses on him. 1, 2, 3. Sami wins. Yes. There we go. Give him the belt. Ding, ding, ding. Sami wins. Yeah. Stupid 2 out of 3 falls concept. Ah. They're going to screw him now. They're going to screw him. Sami. I can't believe it. Sami beats Bron Breakker. I bet he's kicking himself. Chop coming in there by Sami. Sami with Bron. Bron reversing. Sami going into the barricades. Up, over. Ball gets caught. Wow, look at the strength. Look at the strength. Oh, what? What a crazy camera angle. We were running behind Bron. Oh my God, that was sick. That was sick. He ran and hurled him into the timekeeper's area and we were running behind him. I've never moved that quick before in my life. That's the quickest I've ever moved. What? That was sick, mate. That cameraman deserves a raise. Honestly, he deserves a raise for keeping up with Bron. If that was me, I'd be getting to the timekeeper's area about now. I'd have had to have stopped halfway. Hang on, give me a sec. Oh my God. Oh, I knew I shouldn't have had that large breakfast. Oh my God. Hang on, I'm coming, hang on. Don't chuck him over yet. I think I'm gonna be sick. Okay, here we go. No, I can't do it, honestly. I've got a stitch. That was sick, man. That was sick. Daze, you look more like an egg boat. Oh, an egg boat? Oh my God. I forgot about egg boats. An egg boat? You're right. Literally the best kind of boat. Egg boat. I haven't even thought of an egg boat in like 25 years. Egg boat. I'm Googling it. Do you know, I can't... Where are they? Egg boat. Plastic egg boat. Yeah, there's one. There's one. These things. That's an egg boat, isn't it? I just tried to search for one and it didn't really bring it up. Look. Vintage egg cut from the 1970s. Let's go. These are plastic. You put your egg in the middle, and I don't know, your toast or something. I don't know. I don't know what it was for, to be honest. But that was an egg boat. One of them. Oh my god! I have not thought about that in so long. Egg boats. Does anyone use egg boats? Anyone out there use an egg boat anymore? Hey? It's a blast from the past. Matt said, I've tweeted you, really important update. I think you need to see it. Oh, my mate. Monday, Tuesday, happy days. Look at look how terrifying whatever that is inside that jukebox. That's all of those King Kong daisies. Jesus, is that not just the greatest? Gee, we're getting to levels now that are just, that is, I can't even find the words for that. That's just, I can't even find the words. I find it sexually attractive, though. Does anyone else find it sexually attractive, or is that just me? Like, all of that is just, honestly. Oof. Right, 7 minutes to go. Very good. If it's not eggs on legs, I don't want. What's eggs on legs? I don't know eggs on legs. I know eggs on a boat. I know eggs on a boat. Oh, Anna, you must have had. You're old, aren't you? You was around in the 60s or whatever. Wasn't that when Tottenham were last good? You got to have an old egg boat knocking. And Trini, you must have an egg boat, love. That sounds like a chat up line. Hello, sweetheart. How's your egg boat? Hey? How's your egg boat treating you? The food egg boat. Oh, I've never had a food egg boat. Jamie said, that's awesome. Careful, young whippersnapper, says Anna. Listen, I had an egg boat. I'm in the same egg boat as you. Bron Breakker going for the crucifix pin by Sami. So it's 1-fall each. We're getting down to the business end here. Jordan Grace tweeted an hour ago, her uncle was killed by a drunk driver a week ago. They found out the guy's been released by hospital without being arrested. Oh, I'm sure he'll get picked up. Surely. I mean, that's horrific. Surely. Like, you can't go knocking people over if you've been drunk driving and not get picked up, so I've got to think there's more to that. Here's Bron on the edge of the ring. I'll have to read that tweet. Sami launching herself at Bron. Daze, I don't appreciate you hitting on my never gonna happen in real life, says William. I'm sorry, William. I got so excited because I've got a new chat up line. Hello, sweetheart. Can I see your egg boat? I love that. Hello, darling. Hello, sweetheart. I bet you've got a pretty large egg boat. Is there room on your egg boat for one more? Hey? It does sound dirty, doesn't it? Sami getting in the ring. Just. So 1-fall each. Bron staring at Sami. Sami is slumped over in the corner. I suppose the only problem with this match is there ain't no way Sami's winning. At no point have we felt that Sami's winning. which does kind of hinder it a bit as the main event, but Sami blocking. Clubbing blows, got 4 minutes. Jordan said, Deds, you say that Spurs are shiz. I didn't say that. I did not. I would never use such language. I said they were rubbish. No, I don't know where you fit. I'm pretty sure you finished above us. I think everyone in the Premier League finished above us last year. Big year this year for United. We're hoping to get relegated. So we're giving it a good go. Sami in the corner, pulling himself up, looking for an exploder suplex. Elbows coming in, belly to belly, boom! Sami gets thrown. Thomas said, Hillbilly Jim is my goat. Hillbilly Jim, what a ledge. Sami moves out the way, rolls up. Oh, no joy. No joy. Oh, big knee there by Bron Breakker. Bronson Reed is horror with his splashes. He keeps causing internal damage, said Arsenal FC Shorts. Hope you well. Here we go. Rolling over Bron. 2. No, no joy. No joy. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. He's still showing off that bracelet, though. We can't get rid of the bracelets. Honestly, that girl that made the bracelet should be the one that's getting that kind of punishment after flipping introducing the bracelet to the world. Bron jumping up, headbutt there by Sami. Oh, spear in the air by Bron. 2, 3. Bron Breakker retains. A hard-fought battle, but it was never really in doubt. But that was a pretty sick ending. Speared him mid-air. Bron Breakker retains. Sami Zayn is beaten 2-1 in a really fun match. But just what, as I said, you know, just one where it wasn't really in any doubt. Good though. My boy won again, said Kian. Bron Breakker, fantastic match, said LS Dub. Yeah, LS Dub says fantastic match. All credit to Adam Pearce. So there we go. LS Dub just praising Adam Pearce for that match as well. Well done. Well done, Adam Pearce. Great job. Great job. Matt says brilliant. Oh, Anna, look at you. Look at you. This has got to be better than a stupid boat. Well, don't say that to Natalia. Eggs on legs. Look at that. Whoa. Whoa, yeah. Let's go. Look at them sexy legs. Yeah. Is that a diaper? Whoa. Eggs on leg. I have never seen that before. I have never seen that before. Going out? Nah, staying in. What are you doing? Gonna put on a bit of Barry White. Have some eggs on legs. Just a quiet night in with me and the lady. Me and the little lady. The old eggs on legs. Wow. Buy cup with legs online in India. India. So good they've named it twice. Buy Cut with Legs online in India. India. 54. That's a weird percent, isn't it? 54% off. Not 50%. Not 60, but 54% off. Why? Why 54% off? Weird. And the eggs on legs is printed weird as well, isn't it? Like, you'd expect it to be like bang in the middle, but instead it's kind of like doing this weird... It's weird, isn't it? The more I look at them, what's actually, are these tights? The more I study it, it's really strange. Everything about this is weird. 54% off. It comes from India, India. Weird shoes, weird tights. Is that a nappy or a diaper? Like, what is that? Why is the eggs on legs written in such a weird way? Everything about this is fascinating. Fascinating. That is a great find. That is a great find. I feel like we could do half an hour on that. If this was a really slow Monday Night Raw and it was really dull, we could get half an hour out of that. No problem. No problem on those eggs on legs. Right. We have Cena against Bron. What do you think? I think there's a good chance, my friends. I think there's a good chance. Better than 15%. Yes. Well done. Good maths. Good maths. Daze, egg boats taste nicer unless you like glass. Well, I don't like to eat. I just eat the egg, personally. I don't know about you. I just focus on the egg mainly. And not even the shell part. The non-shell part. Right, that was great. 70%. Lovely. Right, my friends. I know that people are going to be sad, but I am going to run away because there are videos that need to be done and conversations that need to be had. I really like that Raw, you know. I thought there was loads there. I mean, I think if you just don't even notice it going by and you're just having fun with it and you're chatting and maybe the matches could have been a bit better. And looking at the scores, there's a lot of goods. You know, Carlito, Damian, goods. Odyssey Jones, Vincent Winey, goods. Alpha Academy, American Maids, goods. Pure Fusion Collective, goods. Bronson against Miz, goods. In all fairness, what happened after was amazing, but the match had ended and we were already getting the scores by that point. It's only the main event that's great, and that was a bit predictable. So I do think that that side of things was a little lacking. Other than that, though, plenty of talking points. Plenty of talking points. And there we go. When is the Raw review tweet happening, said Spartan. Who knows? I did get a tweet, actually, a message the other day. People asking, like, what order do you do it in? The honest truth is, it's all a bit mixed. Sometimes the comments at the top are some of the older ones. I don't think Twitter puts them in the order that they're received. So it's just a bit potluck, really, as to whether I get to your message or not. Obviously, I try to get to as many as I can in 20 minutes, which is why I say, can we try and keep the messages short? Because I want to get through as many as possible, to be honest. So that's the reason for it. So, yeah, I'll put it up soon. It will be within the next hour. And, you know, we'll try and get through as many as possible. So there we go. King Kong Daisy's theme song should be George Dawes. He's a baby. Oh, my God, I love that show. I love that show. Amy Jobson said there was lots of filler, in my opinion, but it was a killer open. Well, do you know what? We'll get people's thoughts now, actually, because we will put that thing up. I'll put it up now. How about that? I'll put it up now. Right, I'm going to run away. Thank you so much for joining us. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Spartan said, Daze misses my tweets all the time. No, I've just got you muted. I've got you blocked, to be honest. So I haven't. Yeah. Awesome. Right, I'm going to run away. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support. I will see you again hopefully tomorrow. We'll be back with the Wrestling Escape Pods and NXT. Have a good evening. Bye for now.